Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the part and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. Yeah,
I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face.
It's not my brother.
Today you are denying funny face.
I don't know him.
You don't know funny face.
It's not my brother.
You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
And to Malam, Tema is now a major generation hub. More than 1,000 megawatts are being generated in Tema. So we need massive transmission capacity to bring that. Let me come to Pokuase. Pokuase is in the northern part of Accra, and Pokuase is now going to be a hub where the power that is being evacuated from Abuazi on the 330 kV will now come to Pokuase before being sent to Tema. Pokuase will now allow ECG the flexibility to meet demand in the northern parts of Accra, and then in case that there are challenges elsewhere in Accra, load can always be moved elsewhere. So Pokuase will improve supply reliability in that area. In addition, I talked about the Kaswa bulk supply point. Kaswa, in the western part of Accra is in the central region, but it's sprawling, and the demand is so much in Kaswa. So analysis show that we need to build a substation in Kaswa. Kaswa currently is being supplied from Malam and then from Winneba, and that is accompanied by a lot of outages and so much losses within the distribution network because of the length. So Kaswa is being constructed, and that will also be completed somewhere in August, September. Pokuase will be completed by June, July. To address the Kumasi problem, the Kumasi Kintambo project is being built and will be completed by July this year. Also, the Ministry of Energy has taken a decision. As we analyzed, we saw that it is best if we could get a generator around Kumasi. So the ministry has taken a decision that the Ameri power plant should be moved to Kumasi. So efforts are being put in place to ensure that gas infrastructure is sent to Kumasi to feed the Ameri power plant once that movement is done. When this is completed, our system will become even more resilient. So these are the challenges we are facing and efforts that we are putting in place to make sure that the outages that we are experiencing will be a thing of the past. And we believe that by June, July, when all these projects are being completed, Ghanaians will now enjoy reliable power. But in order for them to be completed, the contractors on these projects have requested for outages. Because as they build, they have to connect it to the current system. So it is just like maybe you've invited an electrician to your house to come and fix some problem, and he comes and says, "Sir, madam, I have to switch off the mains for safe working space. Otherwise, somebody could die." And then madam could say that I'm preparing jollof, so I'm going to blend some tomatoes, so give me 30 minutes. It is the same thing in the larger grade. The contractors have asked for outages between now and July in order to complete the projects. We are talking of 330,000 volts. In our house, we have only 240 volts, and that can even kill. So they will be coming to us to request these outages. And when this happens, we grant them these outages. It means that some of us will have to go off. We are now working with ECG on the quantum of these outages and how long it will take. And we are also discussing with the contractor to, as much as possible, minimize the duration so that we will have the minimum impact of outages on customers. So we'll be coming to Ghanaians on this. And these outages are going to affect only Accra, I repeat, only Accra and Winneba. It is not nationwide. Pokuase, the 330 came from Abuaze. We are diverting it to Pokuase. And in order for you to divert it, you have to disconnect the 330 kV network. Otherwise, somebody will burn to death. So that is why it's going to happen. So in Kaswa, we are going to connect the existing lines from Cape Coast and Winneba, connect it to the Kaswa substation and continue to Accra. In order to do that, you have to take those lines off, and it will affect supply. So that is why we'll be coming to Accraians and Winnebaans and say that these are the outages that are going to happen. It will affect you for a duration. And because by the time we will come out, we will know exactly the amounts and the duration, we would want to inform those who will be affected how it will be done so that they can plan their lives. So please, let us go from this place knowing that these outages will be designed for only Accra and Winneba. They won't affect the rest of the country. So, Chief, I guess this is the brief, and then members of the press, if anybody has a question, I think I'll hand over to the Minister of Information.
Well, I want to reiterate, as he said, that this is only going to happen in Accra and Winneba. It is not going to be nationwide. And at appropriate times, we would come to Ghanaians or the Accra people and the Winneba people to inform them of what is happening and then the outages that are required.
Okay.
Sorry, no problem. Colleagues, it's a good time to take your questions. So if you have questions, you you can signal us. We'll give you an opportunity to ask those questions of GhanaWeb, and then they will provide responses to your questions. So my understanding of what you've delivered to us is that there will be some programmed outages to facilitate the improvement works that have been planned, correct?
That is right.
Okay, all right. So, do I have takers? 1, 2, is there a third? Well, let's start with you.
All right, so we spoke to, my name is Kweku Asante, Joy News. We spoke to the head of public relations on Joy a few days back on this same issue, and according to him, yes, and according to him, they were in the process of publishing a timetable for the country in terms of the power outages for Accra, for instance, or wherever it will be affected. I want to know the information on that. And then, according to the boss of ASEP, there is a certain infrastructure in the system, which is sort of like a stabilizer, which is now operating at 25% capacity, so that when, this is a bit technical, so that if, let's say, people are putting on their power and other things, and the system is being overwhelmed, this stabilizer comes in to try and stabilize the system. It says now this system is only operating at 25% capacity. I want to give if there's any update on that.
Okay.
My name is Joseph Armstrong. I work with TV3. So, quick question, just to add up to what he said. So, how soon is Accra going to get maybe a load shedding or a timetable so that at least we those that will live in someone that we experience this very often will prepare for it, you know? And then the next question is could these challenges be as a result of inadequate funds to GhanaWeb and all the power supply sectors? Thank you.
Thank you. Colleagues, are there any other questions? So let me just go over them. There was a comment supposed to have been made by the PRO of GhanaWeb that there's a process ongoing to put together a timetable for these programmed outages that you are mentioning is necessary for the improvement works. Has that process been completed? I think to tie that in with the last question, how soon can that program be announced so that people are also clear in their mind that according to the program, you go off on this date so that the improvement works can take place in your area? So we'll put those two together. Then there's another question.
To talk about the timetable, I believe that when my director of system operations was speaking, and I also added my voice to it, that when the time comes, we would inform Ghanaians. Currently, what we are doing, we have to be sure, because you cannot go and take off power and do nothing. We have to be sure of the time and the extent. So we are liaising with the contractors. Not only the contractors, ECG is also involved. MIDA, who is the project funding agency, is also involved. We are dealing with all these people to come up with a comprehensive timetable. And this timetable, as we said, is only for Accra and Winneba. It is not a nationwide thing. It is only for Accra and Winneba. Let's get that right, so that we don't go and say that there is a national timetable for load shedding or dooms or whatever it is. That is not the case. This is the timetable which they are asking for outages in order to complete the works for the system to be resilient, so that we wouldn't have the intermittent outages that we are having. The stabilizer that he's talking about, I don't know what type of stabilizer that he's talking about, because we don't have stabilizers in our system. What we employ in our systems are capacitor banks and static VAR compensators to improve voltages. And as we speak now, all the capacitor banks that we have and the static VAR compensator that we have, they are all working as we speak now. In his talk, he talked about Kumasi. We found out that because the voltages are low in Kumasi, we need to install such a device in Kumasi. And thankfully, in the budget for 2021, it was stated that that project is going to be undertaken. So we are waiting to get all the documentation in order to install that device in Kumasi. So that one also will be part of the mitigating actions that we are taking in order to stabilize the power situation in Kumasi. Inadequate funding. We have funds enough to undertake routine maintenance, emergency maintenance, but then for bigger projects, that one we require external funding. And that is why we are waiting on the Ministry of Finance to give us the go-ahead for the projects that we intend to embark on that have been stated in the budget for 2021. The ones that we are undertaking, like the Tema to Achimota to Malam one, the Kaswa and the Pokwase one, we have secured the fundings already. That is why the projects are ongoing.
Thank you, Engineer. Is there a final batch of questions? Abednego. Any others? This will be the final. So when Abednego is done, I'll ask of you to just give us a 2.5-minute summary in Chi so that our colleagues from the Chi networks can also get a good soundbite. I hope your Chi is impeccable. Abednego, let's hear you.
Yeah. Good morning, Honorable. You're from Abednego, Asante Adom FM. And my question I'm person is, apart from exercise here or more, do we have issues as far as generation is concerned? Your problem with generation is here now. And so issues about energy sector, a legacy debt, is the government at where we are now say this year consistency this year. Thank you.
Okay, so just a quick one, just to find out, are we still enjoying free electricity in this country, and could you also amount to the challenges that we are faced with today? Thank you.
Let me quickly deal with that one. You know that as a matter of fact, free water and free electricity was extended to the end of March by His Excellency the President. Today is the 1st of April. So I think there are facts that are available to you that must be put in very clear context. The President announced clearly an extension to the end of March. Today is the 1st of April. So I'll save you of that one. Do we have a generation issue? And then maybe when Minister is doing his closing comments, he may generally speak to the issue of energy sector legacy issues that are being dealt with. So do we have a generation issue? And then there was a question of has the free electricity of the period contributed in any way to this one? I've answered the question of are we enjoying it now, but there was a question in there that I think you have to take. Has it contributed to your demand and the issues you're having in any way?
Yeah, thank you for that question. Generation. Currently, the total installed capacity in Ghana is in excess of 5,000 megawatts, 5,080 megawatts. Can you hear me? 5,080. The highest demand ever, in Ghana, which occurred, I think somewhere this month, is 3,171 megawatts. Okay. I said 5,000, but that doesn't mean that all the 5,000 are always available. Sometimes we can have about 3,500 available. Others are down because of maintenance issues or faults or things like that. So there is still enough room to meet the rest of the demand. And this demand that I'm talking of, the 3,171, is not only Ghana demand, but includes our neighboring countries that we export power to. So there is enough generation to go round. So there's no generation shortage. However, there can be 1 or 2 hours like what happened yesterday, that you are then the WAPCO call.
So that's why the demand has gone up to 3,100. Angoma also to Kintampo transmission line, because all the power going to the north and the ones going to Kumasi all come to Kumasi and congest at our substation at Ridge, and when that happens, the voltages go down and we need to drop the voltages. When we finish building this Angumasu to Kintampo line, the power going to the north will not pass through central Kumasi. It's a sort of like a diversion. It's like if you have a road and you have very many cars and there's congestion, you build other roads for the cars to pass on that road in order to free where the congestion is. So that is what we have done. And we believe that when we finish this Angumaso to Kintampo transmission line, the congestion will be eased and more people in Kumasi would have the opportunity to consume more if it still remains free.
Well, gentlemen, thank you. I think you can resume your seats currently. Honorable Minister responsible for energy joins us. Before I give him the final word, just to, I'm very sorry. I mentioned earlier that you would do a quick summary in chief for us later. So you take your seat. When Minister is done with his closing remarks, I'll let you do a quick chief summary for the benefit of our local partners. Minister.
Thank you.
The cash waterfall mechanism. Government has also introduced, and it will start very soon, a gas clearinghouse, where more funds will be made available to the suppliers of the fuel for these generators. The recently passed budget, government has made available a Delta Fund that is also going to contribute to the payment of these debts that are owed. So it's not because of a debt that this power outages is concerned. And I would like to conclude by saying that are now relying on gas, and gas comes through only a few pipelines to all these generators. And the effect of a gas shortage affects many more generators than if individual plants were being fueled by diesel or crude oil independently. So these are challenges we have to continuously build the infrastructure and our systems to be able to have a redundancy in the system to minimize these outages. And we hope that Ghanaians would be with us in these trying times so that we can improve the system to get the consistent electricity that we want. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Minister. So our colleagues from the Tree Networks are funds for expansion works, as has also been explained. So again, for those who say it's because GridCo doesn't have money for expansion works, etc., that's why some of these challenges have occurred. Again, it's been explained that that is not correct. GridCo has also explained that there is a need to program outages that residents in Accra and Winneba will be informed of the times and the tenor for the programmed outages for improvement works. That's the feedback I take from what you've delivered to us. Minister has also explained to us the various sources of funds available to deal with the broader energy sector legacy issues. And so we're grateful for that brief. Minister, we are grateful to you. GridCo and ECG, we are grateful to you. Colleagues, we'll leave it here. We thank you for your
powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you're funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
I, Assistant Divisional Officer Grade 1, Ezra Mingle, in charge of rescue in the Ghana National Fire Service, endorse the GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Now, whenever an accident occurs, please remember to call the Ghana National Fire Service on the short code 192 or the General Emergency Line 112, or you can still call their direct line, which is 0302 772446. Anywhere you are within the country, when you call, the nearest station will come to you. Now, I will end by saying that do the right thing and save a life. Thank you very much.
Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next. To be
I
answered.
don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you are denying funny face. It's not my brother. Today you are denying funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Fellow Ghanaians, I bring you warm greetings from Jubilee House. the seat of our nation's presidency. Easter is upon us once again, and with it comes a solemn yet very important reminder of the death and resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, which is the foundation of our very faith as Christians. Easter symbolizes God's plan of salvation for our redemption from sin and the grave, and it must rekindle in us the Christ-like virtues of faith, hope, love, and forgiveness. This is further amplified in the words of Holy Scripture in Isaiah chapter 53, verse 5, which reads, and I quote, "He was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. We all, like sheep, have gone astray. Each one has turned to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all." The season is thus a good opportunity to reflect on that sacrifice and the hope it brings us. Last year, due to the onset of the pandemic, we had a muted Easter celebration, and we all agreed that the usual festivities associated with Easter had to be cancelled. We were faced with an unknown foe, and we therefore had to take the difficult but necessary decisions to protect our lives and livelihoods. 1 year on, COVID-19 is still with us, even though we continue to adhere to the mask wearing and enhanced hygiene protocols. We began a vaccination campaign with some 600,000 persons vaccinated. We expect that in the course of the coming week, an additional 300,000 vaccines which we have purchased would have arrived in the country for deployment. Our target is to vaccinate 20 million persons by the end of the year. In other words, the whole adult population of Ghana. Whilst the vaccination campaign is going on, the number of active cases, which stood at over 7,000 a few weeks ago, is on a steady decline, currently at some 1,746. Clearly, my fellow Ghanaians, we're by no means out of the woods, and so we'll have to endure this year another quiet Easter, devoid of public gatherings and the merry-making that characterize the season. There will therefore be no Easter conventions, Easter picnics, parties, or gatherings at the beaches. Church services must be held for a maximum of 2 hours, and the requisite social distancing rules must be strictly obeyed. Nightclubs, cinemas, and pubs continue to be closed. Funerals, concerts, theatrical performances, and parties are banned. Private burials with no more than 25 people can take place with the enforcement of the social distancing, hygiene, and mask-wearing protocols. Spectators are still banned from going to the stadia to watch football matches. The police service will ensure strict conformity to these restrictions, and anyone found to be flouting them will be dealt with in accordance with law. We also have the gains we made prior to last, where our active case count stood in the hundreds, were eroded because of our failure to continue to adhere to the protocols. Collectively, we have since worked hard to ensure a marked reduction in the number of active cases. And government, together with the security services, will make sure that this time these gains are protected. Let us be each other's keeper until COVID-19 is eradicated and poses no more threats to our lives and livelihoods. I know that as a result of the pandemic and its impact on the economy, things are not what we would like as far as the economy is concerned. We have, however, outlined a series of measures which I am confident will begin the revival and revitalization of the economy. And the rapid growth of the economy which we witnessed before the pandemic will be back again. The future is bright. Whilst protecting ourselves from COVID-19, I want to make another appeal to you on a matter of considerable importance, not only to me, but to the entire populace. Year in, year out, accidents on our roads have been tragically a part of the celebration of Easter. This year, we must do everything possible to reduce this occurrence to the barest minimum. The Motor Traffic and Transport Department of the Police Service has reiterated its determination to enforce the road traffic laws and regulations. And it is my hope that this Easter will be celebrated without any road accidents. Let us help them in this endeavor by minimizing our speed, taking due precaution for other road users, driving without the influence of alcohol, and wearing our seatbelts. Like we have done with the COVID-19 safety protocols, let us also embrace a positive road safety culture that keeps our families and nation safe. Fellow Ghanaians, I know this is not how we wanted to celebrate Easter. However, just like Christ rose again on the third day, I'm sure that Ghana and indeed the whole world will rise again. As we celebrate Christ's victory over sin, death, and the grave, let us observe all safety protocols and stay safe. On behalf of my beautiful wife, Rebecca, my children and family, and on behalf of government, I wish all Ghanaians a happy Easter, with the hope that the blood spilled on the cross will heal our land and cleanse us of our iniquities. Just as Christ is risen, Ghana will also rise. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. I thank you for your attention, and happy Easter. Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
Hi, my name is Nanama McBrown. I'm proud to be part of GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. Please, do the right thing. Save a life. Brim.
Over the past week, a group of people in Ghana have made headlines, and that is because management of the Achimota school decided to revoke the admission of a student who was wearing a dreadlock. This student is apparently a Rastafarian. The school has either asked the student to do away with the dreads or miss out on his admission. It has become a major topic in the country. So today we are sitting with some members of the Rastafarian community to discuss this issue, as well as gain an insight into the dealings in their community. This is Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. I am George AC. We'll be right back. So welcome back. This is still Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. I am George AC, and today I have with me...
Yeah, Nanaya Opuni, known as Ejaba or Oman Lawyer.
And you?
Ni Kwaku, known popularly as Black Eye, musician and artist,
So today we are here to discuss with you about the Achimota issue and other issues emanating thereof, and to gain an insight into your community. So let me start with you. If we talk of Rastafarianism, what really is Rastafarianism?
Well, Rastafarianism, what you say, Rastafari, because there's nothing like Rastafarianism, It's Rastafari. And the name Rastafari is an Amharic word, So it comes from Ethiopia, the word itself. But Rastafari is a way of liberty, And it's an African culture as well. So we, the Rastafari group, is a people that, have been here from anciency. So we just here back again in this modern dispensation, just teaching the old ways in the new day. So when you say Rastafari is the name of our king. And our king and God, in a way. But we don't even want to use God in a way, because when we use the word God, people understand, their understanding is way thrown off. So we say the manifestation of the Most High in flesh itself, the manifestation of it. So Rastafari, Ras means head, and Tafari means creator. So Rastafari is an Ethiopian king from Ethiopia, Abyssinia, and we, the black people of the world and the righteous people of the world, now are healing up our black king, which we've been doing it from ancient in all the indigenous cultures already.
Okay, but then we've heard the religious twist to Rastafari.
Yeah.
Is Rastafari a religion?
Well, Rastafari is a liberty. Because religion, what is religion? Religion is a set of rules set by another man to try and lead the next man to the way of perfection. But Rastafari is a spiritual trod. And what is spirituality? Spirituality is the natural way that you connect with the Most High, wherever you can find yourself on the planet. So that means when you go to India, they have a way to call God, but they're connecting to the God or the creator or the supreme being. So spirituality runs across all, but it's not a religious sect to me. I don't know if we can classify it under a religious movement,
But based on what you have said and based on our setting, maybe we can say that Rasta is a religion. Okay. Fine. Is Rasta, how from where you sit and from where you know, how well is Rasta recognized in Ghana?
Well, it's a dynamic question, you know, because we exist in Ghana. I would say we are here, but I would say people and the people at the top are refusing to recognize that we are here. But we are adding our quota to this nation. We are in all aspects of life in this nation. You come to farming, we are there. You come to production, we are there. You come to music, we're visible everywhere. You come to teaching, we are there. We are in some of the teaching institutions, you know. So we are here, but we don't know whether we not being recognized is intentional or unintentional. But we've been steadily adding our quota to this nation.
From what he has said, do you feel like Rasta or Rastafarians are being marginalized in this country? Do you see yourself as a minority group?
Yeah, but first of all, I have some case here, and then I think say ebia inimre and said you bit me a treaty mo send you say, but kakre bit me can say Ghana mine Rastafari na ye kano enye bibi foforo ana bibi stronku bi a sebi obi akofa free baby ana e free baby ana ye de ba ha Rastafari eye yan ye de but ebia kasanse sanye inti no ye nim sebi a ye kan Rastafari ye kan bibi foforo Ghana mine Rastafari na ye kan nyina kire say empese obi a nyame abono na enipasu bia no wo etirinwi se otirinwi efu na nyame abo se otirinwi wo otirinwi eti se otirinwi efu no sebi isi aya na ye refi ana ye nsua de ana bia like me brand kan ye deliberately no aya na ye de ani ebu yani eye niema bi Rasta a ye kan no etre suban pa obi a owantete obi a nyamesuro ewanimu obi a onpe basabasa obi a onye nipa bone obi a ye de yense no onyo itini ye gina ma ye nyina ye gina a ye pese ye kire nyina ne se ye wo nyamesuro ye wo nipa do ye wo abode mu do eno ne ne ye ka no na ne ye ka Rastafari no a me bra ka say America sa no America sa Ethiopia kasa na akan kasa Ghana man akan kasa nti Rastafari nya de foforo bia Ghana de.
So back to my question, do you feel the Rasta community is marginalized in this country?
Very well. Omo imagine so many ways omo yiye mu because omo ntiase and omo nim say na make na some foreign culture bia ye pese ye impose wa ha. But send you make an ye mpesa yen sa mpesa no na nipa bibi man yen ye trinwin send ye trinwin su etie no ye trinwin e bom ponche e chechire e bo apapo it is ye ja ye trinwin said the nyame boy yen na ye trinwin dey automatically no e bobo apo na generation ko ni ama sa misunderstanding we nyina akoba ene yen man mufo ana Ghana man ente yenya sibiemu ne say yene western world eye abrofo no ewiase sesan ba ye no eduru ba bia na yen bibifo no akwa say ese nya world communicate yene ehudi enkuta ho ana yehu say niema bu ane yen bibifo no so ye laake esa efa ne say den efa abefo eniema abefo di akosi broni eye eluple car entade ahonyade sanya ma wenya na yen bibifo ne laake sa materials we enti obi ebra wo sanya ma no ono no ode ohye ene control ana eden ode brewo se asana mema we no ese wo yesei asana enti generation bi ba ye ema yen bibifo no ye nipa yesesa ye nipa su sanya ne etie no ama ene example ni say corona abayin the new world order naba and the new generation of new set of ideology, new set of people and the abe wiase. But unim It is an ekoba amrebi say eye na ebibifo ye empesa ye Rastafari na ye kan Rastafari no sam empesa no edrume bi ma ye the new life I ever say si an ye the abefu nyama na ba ye be kwa sorry ye the institution aba ye be ko school ye be ko ekuakuo enti si ano ekuo bi a obeko bi ano eni emumra eni emu hyehyeye enti ye be sesan eni pesu mebre but enye ye nyina na sesan ye ebi mu rebelling ye said ye na ye the coronavirus eduro vaccine aba ye se ebi mu so omo wo no sa na ekoye ye se munyimuti munko school munyimuti munko sorry munyimuti munko pedwuma ye se ye nko ye de ye mpedwuma ye nse ni nyame boy ye na ye tie no sa na ye be ye so ye wonimde wo nyansa wo tumi bi we mu ebetimi dia den e develop ye nipasu enti ye nko ye ne obi hye yen ana ne ye nyame emfema yen enti Rastafari na ye kan nyina no eye yen ye gina say yen pese be basabasa na enipa so nti asenti no enipa ayiye mu nti baabi ese yenya dibre baabi ese yenya akwanya baabi ese yenya baabi a enipa ye betimi a kire ya dwen ana yen so ye betimi ada ye ho adi no sabi aya na akoto sin na ye ni saa akwanya no nti eyi mu kese pa.
You've spoken about this segregation and being like Rastafarians being alienated or relegated to the background. Is it a matter of misconception on what Rastafarianism is really about? Do people not just understand you people?
Yes, I'm part no crap because omonti ase omufi say utwa mpesa sebi onkanipa ho ode wabodam ana wunnim die bia wuntimi mobra wuntimi entumpon ewa brabom ana omunim se sebi yesi ye yusu ahahan ai no matu ni din se abronsam tawa wi omatu ni din mebre ba ye de enim se eya ahahan anyakopon abo se nipa ye ndi enduaba ye ni ahahan se ye duro ene ye den ye duane se de revelation Genesis 2:28 no eka no say I've given you the grass and the herbs as food and medicine no yen ye gidi enti yen fa yen hahan sam eni agro enti ye wa han bi a ye di a sabi enipa tag se edubone a eno so no omu se e bi a sa hahan no e wo ye ho a ana e kan ye ho a na omu bu yanim ti akra omu sabi omu mpese ye beben ana ombeti ase wo bibia mu enti ni nyina aka ho.
So from what he's saying, the biggest misconception that Rastafarians suffer has to do with marijuana,
yes,
or Indian hemp.
Yes.
What is the relationship between Rastafarianism and marijuana?
Well, it's a special one, but we have to take it. We have to decipher this thing on different levels, you know. Because the Rasta man uses everything that God created for him on earth. So everything that is natural, everything that is far from artificial, the Rasta man says 100%. We want it, and we have a special relationship with the herb too, because the herb is like a sacrament. It's a sacrament to us, you know, and even. Those times they didn't believe us, but now science has proven that, and science has proven that this herb do so much healing, you know. So it's just like when we take it, we healing ourselves, you know. So and we have been using this, you know, in our tradition, in our culture, you know, from creation, you know. So we just try continuing a trad that is being from creation. But then you have to understand where the misconception is coming from. You understand me? Because when you look at history, it's just recently that, you know, cannabis was banned in the world. And who did that? It's America. And who did that? Is Eisenhower. He was in charge of the CIA those days. And so you have to understand the dynamics, who really banned this whole crop throughout the world, right? So what we are saying is that when you read and you study where the ban is coming from, you would understand. And so when we in Ghana taking stuff wholesomely and saying that this herb is not good, guess what? The same doctors are in America making studies. Our doctors here and the doctors in America read the same the same books and also the same researches. So this year, doctors all America, they have done research and seen that this herb is actually curing cancer. It has properties that is curing other diseases. So we as Rasta, we cure ourselves with most of the natural things of the world, and herb happens to be part of what Jah created for us on earth.
So there is actually a relationship between Rastafarianism and Indian hemp, and that relationship actually transcends into your understanding of herbs.
Exactly. It transcends into our diet, because the Rastaman eats something that you call ital, and ital means it's devoid of artificial, right? And you know, ital also means to eat something close to you by the land, from the land. So it actually transcends into our full lifestyle, our knowledge of food, our knowledge of herbs, our knowledge of medicine.
People argue and you counter argue. The argument from the other side is that this thing contributes to crime. It contributes to mental health issues. It contributes to a whole lot of social vices. Does Rasta have counterfacts to dispute this in argument of the legalization?
Highly facts me bray. I know na me brand can no. On my instances ni facts. A say sebi. Se ufi say ahina o categorizing say eye edrubone no. One categorizing ama criminals and robbers, gangsters, and murderers, and bibi o categorizing man no a drugs issue. And we know where drugs issue and drug department issues goes. We know what is called police department. Why do you classify drugs to criminal issues or criminalities? And your common sense. Ufi se nipa no sebi edro no one ko wia. Yes, sir, be our call for obi pharmaceutical, and our call for obi afuom, and our call for obi asu ye. One Korea. Where comes the criminality attached? Now, watch you know, if we say ebe ni pesu, and ebia obeye drug addict, ebe mana bodam. Pesa uma o mine cost na o mine ye. Now pesa we produce more criminals, any armed robbers, every jail house. Because innocent person out here no now they no go to jail no. Ono si wache no any ahan out taba akopeu and ade ache no ade na go to jail for 10 good years. Who expect say obe free jail ho be ba no na oye ni pesu ban. Na busa say odi ni ko jail no na adwuma be no oye. Na what is his responsibilities? Wo wan hwe oman no koso wan hwe ni yedie na wodi ni pa we akoto jail no. I think it doesn't make sense.
So basically, if there is any correlation between mental health issues and cannabis, as he would like me to call it, then probably the institutions should look at the mental health aspect of it and not necessarily to criminalize it. That is exactly what you are trying to say, right?
Yes, sir. Omu who says ye chi obi say ukuta ahaina ye say drugs na ye fanning called drug department, not drugs professionals and not health professionals no. And examine say is it well sound says sebi ade na oye no. Eyemano and adie na oye no ebe ha ne dachi enye police asem Ghana enye police asem amomode ahayen machichi amanfo kogu jail unnecessary. Oh tale.
I believe you also have a comment to make.
I really have one. And first of all, it is not true that in Ghana's case, it is not true that cannabis is related to mental health issues. You know why? Because if you look and you read at the facts and the papers from the psychiatric wards, this is from Pantan. This is their own assessment. They tell you one thing, the biggest thing that creates mental problems in Ghana amongst our people, do you know what it is? Relationship problems. That is the statistics. So if people have to talk with facts, because statistically it's wrong for them to say that cannabis leads people to psychiatric wards. No, in Ghana's case, it has been documented that most of our mental problem cases are actually from relationship issues.
Is Rastafarianism and cannabis all about smoking?
No, no, it's about using the herb. And cannabis is not only about smoking. It's just like any other herb. It comes with so much properties that we don't even know, that we're still researching into.
So as a Rasta, what do you use your cannabis besides smoking?
Well, I use my cannabis, for like, I make balms, salves for your joints and stuff like that. We have drops for little kids, they even take some properties out of the cannabis. Like now you have CBD, which is a property in cannabis, and they're saying CBD is now curing cancer and also good for inflammatory problems, right? So I'm saying you can use it topically, you can ingest it, you can burn it, you can infuse it in other oils. So we have cannabis in hair pomade, we have cannabis in lotions, we have cannabis in soaps, we have cannabis as ropes, we have cannabis as clothing.
Basically, they believe that there is more to cannabis than just smoking. This is still Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV. Stick and stay with us. We'll be right back, and when we come back, we'll delve into the Achimota issues. So all this brouhaha that has come up within the past few days, and the arguments and counter arguments, both religious, constitutional, and everything. Hearing everything that has been said, what do you make of all the issue?
Yeah, well, the issue at hand is a constitutional issue, right? It's not an issue of personal opinion, feelings, and emotions. And Ghana is a democratic country. When we talk about democracy, we are talking about diversity, as diversity makes the world beautiful. So this issue should be looked at from the point of constitution and law and of rights, because the Constitution of Ghana guarantees every citizen the right of education. So I don't think we should discuss this issue based on rules and regulations, which does not conform with the Constitution of Ghana, because Rastas are also Ghanaians. We pay taxes. They use our taxes to build schools, to run the schools. How will they deny our children to go to the same schools that our money has been used to build and our money has been used to be running? I don't think the discussion that we are having it should go the way it's going, but the youth should be given opportunity to exercise its right under the Constitution, as the Constitution of Ghana defines the right and the responsibility of every citizen.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite, mobile money?
Tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
Welcome back. This is Still Say It Loud on GhanaWeb TV. I am George AC, and today I've been sitting with two Rastafarians. We have Ras Opuni and Ras Black Eye, and now you can call me Ras AC in the interim. Yes, we are moving to the second part of this discussion, and we are talking about the admission saga. You can call it a brouhaha. The Achimota students, two Rastafarians, have been turned down. Their admission has been revoked because the school says it can't admit them for wearing dreadlocks. This has generated into a whole conversation. The Ghana Education Service, in an earlier directive, ordered the school to admit their children. It has since then made a U-turn on the directive with support from the NAGRAT that is the school is not admitting the students. Let me start from you. Why can't the kids just cut off the hair and then proceed to go get education, and once they are done they can wear their dreads?
It's a good question. But before I answer that question, I would also ask a next question. Why can't a Muslim student stop praying when they go out there and they continue praying after they finish school? If it's good for the goose, then it should be good for the other too as well, right? But we don't see that happening. We are talking about a people's culture, and education is promised to in this nation for all, regardless of culture, belief system, religions, and all that. So the youths them cannot do that because the youths them come from a culture, and as you and I know, culture is the way the way people live. So do you mean that education, because of education, they should change the way they live? It cannot happen because you are not giving the same instructions to Christians. You are not giving them to Muslims. You are not giving them to Buddhists who are in that school. So it doesn't tally. They cannot do that.
In what way does growing the hair become an identity to the Rasta? How do you define that as an identity to the Rasta man?
Well, Rastafari is an African-oriented culture, So definitely, we as Africans, from ancient times, when we leave our hair, it just naturally locks up. We don't even have to touch it, And we know that before anciency, before we invented comb and all these things, we had locks. So what we are saying is that we are living in a free nation, and people can choose what they can do. So not to divert from your question, Rastafari is just an ancient African trod, and that is how we identify ourselves. And then secondly, we see the hair as a covenant between us and the Father as well.
Losing the hair is like giving up on your covenant.
Exactly. And also losing the hair is also trying to change us to be somebody else by the ways of education, right? But what we are saying is, if education is supposed to enlighten people, then you don't have to cut off their hair or stop them from worshipping as Muslims before you give them that kind of education.
But then people are arguing that if that is going to be the case, then the next thing we'll have is that we'll have people coming to school with full traditional regalia, asking to be allowed to practice whatever practice they practice as traditionalists. People that believe that this is actually going to open the floodgates for all sort of practices in our schools. What would you say to that?
Yeah, okay, because unse mamima one abakosemba about Ephraim Mamu a rebellious school, Methodist school, because no person share the traditional attire. Tomorrow be to tomorrow be na African traditional way no. School authority ni so mon pre no. Nti Ephraim Mamu so rebel no jay school. You see, yentini maybe ase. school nya brofoka school na ye kan nya brofoka sa but esan say brofo na edimu akotre na brofo na bibia no ono ne ye nyina ye hwe no hwe mamema one instance on say mo kan about say achimota wo white girls so mukuta dreadlocks white girls and one say they can simple because it be common ye ni how he and the white relationship is ye hu broni ane ekoto ye hu broni ane esun because ono na ye nyina ye dan no broni na control wiase ti broni na ono ye decision maker nti ye ni ano ye ntimi nkasa. Now it wasn't familiar e Ghana with dreadlocks issue because ye nyina ye siso no ye nyi no ye twitwa ye tirinwi gentle ye kwa sorry ye go school ye ko ha gentle. But like I'm saying, enye bibi foforo eye traditional e wo ho a ye friend empese ye no eno na kire say udi saa suni so a wo nyamesuro. So Ghana ma ye hu say rasta ya de foforo bi ana bibi but enkwala no so no asem bi ono mo ka about say Ghana constitution kire say enkwala no mo ni omo fa ahodie fa nkosi fa ahodie emfa enipesu ho fa ahodie ye material issue akola fa ahodie no enye nkire se onkotwa ne tiri ansa no wanya ne fa ahodie da bi ni nipa na de no wantwa ne nsa ade no wantwa ne nan ni nyina ka ne nipa dua no ho nipa dua na nyame abo no natural ade bi e natural bia no. I don't think say any individual have any right to accuse any person of intimacy. Say school authority madam awo achimota school ano ye pa chow ye de ani die ye de obuo ye de kotosre ye de nyamesuro Ghana mampeni nana ado dankwa ekufu ado sesi asem na be ye Ghana nyina asem nana ye pese won so du anu tumbi nana kyerwadwen e wasem hu na ma Ghana nyina hu se ewiase asesa sabi ye ni tete atenkwa ni biem ewiase asese ye 21st century and the corona world school creatum school etwam asori etwam institution nyina etwam corona kire say stay home and learn online study online. We are in a virtual world. 87 say nana Ghana pese ye ko school dia and ye mesrese o mampani asese o pese e ye ne hia sem e ye ne priority say Ghana ni ba bia nya good quality education. Eti nana ye de ye koto sresre say sebi ye nipadua ana nyame aboyen sa na yesutie ye pauchow fa wanutum na ma ye die ento ye de koto srepa na ye de magana man say yentimi nsesa yentimi ntwa ye tirinwi no nti ye pa Ghana man chow omuntie no omu say ye Ghana man ma omo de hia ne yen.
So yes, it's been another episode of Say Loud on GhanaWeb TV, a quite engaging and interactive one. Today I had with me Ras Opuni and Ras Black Eye. With me myself, Ras AEC. Yes, I was speaking to the Rasta community about the recent issues of some students being denied admission based on their dreadlocks. Stick and stay with GhanaWeb TV. Keep watching Say It Loud. And of course, you can follow our road safety campaign by visiting our YouTube channel and sending in your concerns and videos to our WhatsApp number. Until we meet again same time, it's bye for now.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he did.
No, but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you funny face. It's not my brother. Funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Wabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
My name is Lieutenant Alexander Kweku Obin, Director in Charge Education, Research and Training at the Motor Traffic and Transport Department at the Police Headquarters. On the 22nd anniversary of GhanaWeb, and as stakeholders, we are proud to be associated with GhanaWeb Road Safety Campaign. And I hope all will also join, because road safety is a shared and collective responsibility. Thank you.
Football has seen so many footballers follow the steps of their fathers. From Tim Weah to Leroy Sané, you can name them all. Even here in Ghana, we have the Ayew brothers following the footsteps of their father, who is the legendary Abedi Pele. Today, we are at the Magdan Latown Park to speak to the former Ghana international son, who is Jacob Kingston. I guess you know his father by now. That's Lai Kingston. Well, my name is Joseph Adamafiu, and we are going for a break. When we return, we'll delve into the discussion. Welcome from the break. So my guest is Jacob Kingston, the son of former Ghana international Lai Kingston. Charlie, welcome.
Thanks, bro. Thanks for having me.
Yeah, how be things?
Good, Charlie. Everything cool from my side.
Yeah. So how many weeks have you been with Accra Great Olympics?
Oh, it's been like 2 months with them, and so far, like it's really good. I've been signing and I'm enjoying a couple of friendlies before the second leg of the season starts. So
I'm hoping to get some games in the season.
So tell me, have you been registered in the squad for the Ghana Premier League?
Yeah, I've been registered.
Oh, okay. Kindly tell us something more about yourself. When you say Jacob Kingston, who are you?
Well, I'm just a simple guy trying to do my best at whatever I want to do. So, yeah, that's me. I always give my 100% in everything I do. So, yeah.
So what position do you play?
I'm a forward.
Okay. Why didn't you follow the footsteps of your father who was on the flanks doing his thing on the wings?
Yeah, sometimes I play from, like, as a forward, I can play from the right side, the left side, or through the middle, but then I prefer playing from the left side. I have a different style to my dad, so I don't try and follow everything he does, but then I take the advice he gives me.
Which kind of advice does he sometimes give you?
The thing he always says is always, whatever you're doing, always give you 100%. If you don't want to do it, then don't do it at all. So just give 100% and then do whatever you want to do.
When it comes to people who have mentored you or who you shape your football life across, which player comes to mind? Is he only your father or do you have other?
No, not really, because growing up, I had my dad's friends around me as well. So I play football with Stephen Appiah, Muntari, the rest. So like along the line, I get from my dad, I pick from Stephen Appiah, I pick from Muntari as well. So yeah, it's a good thing. I have them in front of me.
Has he always been football growing up? Like
since I was a kid, I've always wanted to play. Even when I was in Scotland, I was going to school, but then I was in the school football team, and then I also had the club team I played for. So it was sports activities throughout. I always wanted to play, you know.
So you never grew up in Ghana?
Yeah, I grew up a little like outside, and then I came to Ghana as well. So this is like the Ghana part, but then I also grew up outside.
How will you describe playing abroad and playing in Ghana?
Well, Ghana is really tough because, you know, everybody is out to make it. So, but then outside it's a bit more fluid and like we have more opportunities and stuff. But then I would say it's also good to start in Ghana because through Ghana, like I've also learned to be like strong and then to be hard.
How was it like playing for your father at Kingstep FC?
Oh, it's tough. It's tough. Like, you know, playing for your dad is difficult because he knows like you best, so he knows what you can do. So when you don't give 100%, he can see it, and then in that end, it turns like in his anger into you because he always wants to see you succeed. Every father wants to see that son go up, so it's more difficult playing under my father.
What are some of the punishments sometimes he gives you? Like when you sometimes
I'm not talking to you. Like he can go days without talking to me, and I always like want his love around me. I always want him around me. So him not talking to me knows that's punishment enough.
So we learned that you came to Great Olympics and you guys had trials before coming here. Do you think your father's influence brought you here, or it was through your hard work?
No, I would say it's basically just me because I didn't come here with him. I told him that I wanted to come here by myself. I didn't want his influence. I want to play by merit, not by favor. If I'm not good enough, then that's it. I'm not good enough. But then I wouldn't want him to influence anyone to let me play.
But have you heard people talking such ill things about you because like your father is a footballer?
Well, you know, human beings talk. You can't take that away from them. That's their opinion. But the thing is that opinions don't matter. It's what I know and what they don't know. So that's me.
So we've seen other players go through the national ranks and stuff. Do you sometimes wish that you play at the Ukraines, maybe the Black Satellite and the Black Starlet, or maybe the Black Meteors?
Yeah, of course I did, but then I didn't get the opportunity to do so because I was in school and stuff, and then my dad also takes school serious, so he wanted me to like be ready before I tackle football because he knows the football world best. He has played to the professional level, so he didn't want me to risk everything for football, and then in the end maybe I wouldn't get anything out of it. But now I'm here and I'm working hard to get what I want. So if it happens that I get to play for Black Stars, that's fine.
The Ghana Premier League is not an easy task at all.
Yeah, it's not easy, but then yeah, I want to play, so definitely I'll fight for my position, and I'm here to stay, so work hard at it.
Our defenders here very
yeah, like this is Ghana. Everyone is hard. Like everyone is hard. Even attackers are hard. So yeah, we're all hard.
All right, so we are going for a break. When we come back, we continue with the discussion here on Sports Check on GhanaWeb TV.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
Mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
All right, so we are still here on GhanaWeb TV. I'm here with Jacob Kingston. So Jacob, are you the only son of your father who plays football?
I have a little brother coming up, but he's in school right now, so I don't know about that yet. But then they're all good. They all play, but it's not serious.
Why didn't you join Accra Heart of Folk and Accra?
My grandfather played for Olympics, and my dad as well, and my uncle Richard. So I think he is the best place for me.
We've seen players deciding to play outside. You said you spent some time in Scotland. Why didn't you decide to play for the Scottish national team and you came here to Ghana?
Well, I was quite young when I was there, and my dad, it was my mom. She didn't want to leave me behind because, we're a family. I'm very close to my family, so there's no leaving anyone behind. And I was quite young back then, so I'm sure now it will be a different story, but then I was quite young back then, so I didn't get a chance to.
Are you a lefty or righty?
I'm a right footer.
Well, what are your best chances on the pitch? Where do you like to play on the pitch?
I like to play from the left side, left side attacking. So I'll cut in and then whipping, yeah.
You see some of your father's traits and you do sometimes watch his clips and stuff?
Yeah, I watch him all the time. Even now when he plays, I'm always surprised because he's that good. So yeah, he's my role model. So I look up to him. Most of the things I know is because of him. Practice, practice, practice.
Where do you want to play your football up to? Someone wants to play up to Champions League, World Cup, win the AFCON and stuff.
Obviously, I want to play to the highest level of football. That's why, everyone wants to get to the top. So I also want to get to the top. So it's good.
All right. Yeah. So how long have you known Rodney Appiah?
I've known him since we were kids. We've been playing together since we were kids, but I'm slightly older than him. So, but I've known him since we were kids.
Yeah. Okay. So you guys have been playing.
Yeah, for some time now.
At King's Step?
Yeah, at King's Step FC. We've been together.
What division is your father's club?
Second division.
So we were playing the second division?
Yeah.
Was it tough?
Well, actually, we've not actually played a league game, but then, yeah, it's tough. But the Premiership is tougher, so, yeah.
Okay, tell me, where do you want to play your football up to and which club do you want to play for?
I want to play football to the highest level, and then I want to play for Arsenal FC, yeah. But my dream team is Real Madrid, so. But I want to play for Arsenal in England.
Win the Champions League or?
Champions League, everything, World Cup, everything.
Arsenal is really suffering. I don't remember the last time they won the league.
Yeah, but then I love Arsenal, so.
I see that. Before we go, kindly tell me, with the Premier League, you've seen Heart of Folk and Asante Kotoko. Those are big matches, and Great Olympics managed to win all those games in the first leg. Are you ready for that battle? Yeah,
I'm good. I'm ready for that. We have a good coach with us, so, and he's helping me improve on my skills, always giving me confidence and stuff that I can play. So, yeah, we are a good side. A lot of young boys who have heart and want to play. So, obviously, football is not by name or anything. It's what happens on the field. So, we'll see.
You are not scared of Heart of Folk?
No, I'm not scared of anything. Yeah.
Finally, before we go, how have your colleagues treated you in camp so far?
Yeah, it's good. Like I said, we are a family here. Everyone is like a family. Most of the boys, I already knew them before I came. So, yeah, the ones you already helped me come into the game, and then they give me confidence. So, yeah, it's good. I mean, it's a good transition.
Great Olympics wants to win the league. Is it something that is feasible? Can they achieve that target?
Yeah, as you can see on the table, we are second. So yeah, anything is possible. Like I said, it's football. Anything can happen. You don't judge by the name of the team, but it's about how you play. So we are playing good football now, and everyone can see. You can show on the table. So it's good.
Are you going to maintain the afro? You're going to do your looks like your father?
Well, with me, I change my style all the time. So today I can decide to cut everything off. So it's
well, nice one, nice one.
Nice meeting you.
So my guest has been Jacob Kingston, who is the son of former Ghana international Lai Kingston. This is where we draw the curtains for today's edition of Sports Check. My name is Joseph Adamafio. Thanks for watching.
From the dawn of time, people have engaged in several businesses. With the onset of technology and innovation, life has relatively been made easier. By using debit or credit cards,
mobile banking.
Thank you. And your favorite mobile money?
tech has indeed married business. On BizTech, we spend time with faces behind known and upcoming businesses in the country.
Learn more about the new technologies and innovation,
as well as find out about the trending issues in the world of business.
Join us as we serve you with a variety of compelling interviews, projects, and others right here on GhanaWeb TV.
My advice to the motorists, pedestrians, drivers on our roads today is to be patient. Patience. Even the Bible says, let patience have its perfect work, that you may be complete and perfect, lacking nothing. If you have patience on our road, be patient enough to cross the road when you're about to cross. Be patient enough when you're driving and you get to the zebra crossing. Be patient enough when you're using the motorbike, when you get to the traffic light. Be patient. Be patient on the motorway. When we are patient like that, we'll get to our destination safely and we will lack no one. We will lack nothing. We will lack nothing. No soul will be lost, no life will be lost. Don't let someone's divine purpose come to an end. Don't let someone die prematurely because of your impatience. Please, let's renew our minds and be patient. My name is Yausiki. Do the right thing, save a life.
Fellow Ghanaians, I bring you warm greetings from Jubilee House, the seat of our nation's presidency. Easter is upon us once again, and with it comes a solemn yet very important reminder of the death and resurrection of our Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, which is the foundation of our very faith as Christians. Easter symbolizes God's plan of salvation for our redemption from sin and the grave, and it must rekindle in us the Christ-like virtues of faith, hope, love, and forgiveness. This is further amplified in the words of Holy Scripture in Isaiah chapter 53, verse 5, which reads, and I quote, "He was pierced for our transgressions. He was crushed for our iniquities. The punishment that brought us peace was upon him, and by his stripes we are healed. We all, like sheep, have gone astray. Each one has turned to his own way, and the Lord has laid on him the iniquity of us all." The season is thus a good opportunity to reflect on that sacrifice and the hope it brings us. Last year, due to the onset of the pandemic, we had a muted Easter celebration, and we all agreed that the usual festivities associated with Easter had to be cancelled. We were faced with an unknown foe, and we therefore had to take the difficult but necessary decisions to protect our lives and livelihoods. 1 year on, COVID-19 is still with us, even though we continue to adhere to the mask wearing and enhanced hygiene protocols. We began a vaccination campaign with some 600,000 persons vaccinated. We expect that in the course of the coming week, an additional 300,000 vaccines which we have purchased would have arrived in the country for deployment. Our target is to vaccinate 20 million persons by the end of the year. In other words, the whole adult population of Ghana. Whilst the vaccination campaign is going on, the number of active cases, which stood at over 7,000 a few weeks ago, is on a steady decline, currently at some 1,746. Clearly, my fellow Ghanaians, we're by no means out of the woods, and so we'll have to endure this year another quiet Easter, devoid of public gatherings and the merry-making that characterize the season. There will therefore be no Easter conventions, Easter picnics, parties, or gatherings at the beaches. Church services must be held for a maximum of 2 hours. And the requisite social distancing rules must be strictly obeyed. Nightclubs, cinemas, and pubs continue to be closed. Funerals, concerts, theatrical performances, and parties are banned. Private burials with no more than 25 people can take place with the enforcement of the social distancing, hygiene, and mask-wearing protocols. Spectators are still banned from going to the stadia to watch football matches. The police service will ensure strict conformity to these restrictions, and anyone found to be flouting them will be dealt with in accordance with law. We also have the gains we made prior to last year's Christmas, where our active case count stood in the hundreds, were eroded because of our failure to continue to adhere to the protocols. Collectively, we have since worked hard to ensure a marked reduction in the number of active cases. And government, together with the security services, will make sure that this time these gains are protected. Let us be each other's keeper until COVID-19 is eradicated and poses no more threats to our lives and livelihoods. I know that as a result of the pandemic and its impact on the economy, things are not what we would like as far as the economy is concerned. We have, however, outlined a series of measures which I am confident will begin the revival and revitalization of the economy. And the rapid growth of the economy which we witnessed before the pandemic will be back again. The future is bright. Whilst protecting ourselves from COVID-19, I want to make another appeal to you on a matter of considerable importance, not only to me, but to the entire populace. Year in, year out, accidents on our roads have been tragically a part of the celebration of Easter. This year, we must do everything possible to reduce this occurrence to the barest minimum. The Motor Traffic and Transport Department of the Police Service has reiterated its determination to enforce the road traffic laws and regulations. And it is my hope that this Easter will be celebrated without any road accidents. Let us help them in this endeavor by minimizing our speed, taking due precaution for other road users, driving without the influence of alcohol, and wearing our seatbelts. Like we have done with the COVID-19 safety protocols, let us also embrace a positive road safety culture that keeps our families and nation safe. Fellow Ghanaians, I know this is not how we wanted to celebrate Easter. However, just like Christ rose again on the third day, I'm sure that Ghana and indeed the whole world will rise again. As we celebrate Christ's victory over sin, death, and the grave, let us observe all safety protocols and stay safe. On behalf of my beautiful wife, Rebecca, my children and family, and on behalf of government, I wish all Ghanaians a happy Easter, with the hope that the blood spilled on the cross will heal our land and cleanse us of our iniquities. Just as Christ is risen, Ghana will also rise. May God bless us all in our homeland, Ghana, and make her great and strong. And thank you for your attention, and happy Easter.
She is young, bold, beautiful, and talented. And today, she joins us to get personal. So if you want to know who our guest for today is, join me after this break. This is Talkatainment, and I am Elsie Lamar. Welcome back from that quick breather. Jackie is my guest for today.
My heart beats for you. Every time when I think of you, I don't know, I feel loved again. I don't want to wait for days. Let me have you in my arms again, please.
Oh, so when you go on social media, you scroll through your phone, you go to your Explore page, and you see videos, TikTok videos of your songs. And how do you feel? Do you get fed up? Like,
I mean, it's exciting sometimes, but sometimes too, I don't like hearing my own songs. I'm sure it happens with a lot of creatives. Like sometimes something you've created, you don't like seeing it by yourself. But I mean, it's a nice feeling that lots of people are hearing your sound.
Tell us about your Nigerian experience. How was it?
Yeah, okay, so I went to Nigeria, I think last week or a couple of days ago. I went to do media tour, and then I also shot the video for Forever, which is on YouTube. The remix with Omale, and I met up with some artists too. So it was basically about work. That was the main reason why I went to Nigeria.
But how was it? What were some of the fun moments?
Yeah, it was nice. It was interesting. I mean, that was my first time in Nigeria. I tried some of their food as well. And aside the stress, it was fun because it was the first time I went there. It was first time meeting the people in Nigeria, in their country. So as well, because the people are welcoming. Yeah. They are welcoming.
They are welcoming, very welcoming. What type of food did you try in Nigeria?
I tried eba with egusi soup. Yes, and then I tried their suya too. It was really nice.
It was nice there. Okay. Of all the countries, why Nigeria? Why did you choose Nigeria for your tour?
I didn't choose Nigeria, and I didn't say that is where I'm starting and stopping. My music is charting in a lot of countries. But I think people are just focusing on Nigeria. It's doing well in so many countries. And so I started off with Nigeria. There are other countries that I would go to do media run as well. But school is coming in the way a little bit. And that is why after I went there, I came back. But Nigeria is not the first and last country that I'm going to go to. I started off from there.
So tell us, we've seen you with Mayokun, and we've seen you with Joe Boy. Hey,
and Tenny
yes.
Too. Fireboy, he was in Ghana. Oh, okay. But recently I met Mayokun and then Tenny.
Does it mean you are cooking something with them?
Yeah, we will cook something actually, so the fans should look forward to it.
I see. So moving on to your new deal.
Right.
Tell us how you landed it.
Okay, so in case maybe a viewer doesn't know, I have Flip the Music, my management and myself, we have a deal with Sony Music Entertainment, RCA UK, Sony Music International, Sony Music Africa. And I mean, this is one of the biggest labels in the world. It's good news for myself and good news for Ghana. And so, yeah, literally that's all I can tell you. That's all I can tell you now, because I'm a baby in the industry, in the label actually, so there's not much I can say.
Is it a dream come true for you?
Oh, it is. I mean, I wouldn't say, it's part of some of the things I was working towards. I mean, from the beginning part of my career, like these are some of the things that I was gearing towards, and being able to catch a deal as big as this is good news for me, and I mean, it means my hard work is actually manifesting. Yeah.
Your recent post that your song is not good enough for... What did you say in your post?
Okay, my tweet?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when I tweeted that the songs I make are for people that connect with me. Yes.
They're not for some specific people. What did you really mean by that?
Yeah, actually, that tweet I made was actually from a positive angle, and literally what I was trying to say was I make the music for people that love my craft or people that connect with my sound. You know, there are some people that probably don't listen to the kind of music I do, and I was trying to say that I make music for the people that connect with it from a positive angle. But it's quite unfortunate that people read a different meaning. Some people read a different meaning into it, and then it brought a lot of back and forth on Twitter. And I had to apologize to the people that didn't really like what I said.
But why did you apologize so quickly?
So the thing is, people were saying I shouldn't have, but I felt like there were too many people that misunderstood it. Now, I respect that because that is people's opinions, right? It doesn't, the apology doesn't mean that whatever I do, everybody is going to like it. But there were just too many people that said they felt offended. And so I just had to apologize to the majority to calm down the whole brouhaha. I mean, Twitter was on flames. Everybody was just throwing stones at me left, right, front, center. And so I just wanted to calm down the brouhaha.
But it doesn't mean that you are going to apologize for everything you do on social media.
This particular case is different. If you realize, this one is very, very different. I think the time I made the tweet, it was around the same time where people were talking about the remix, right? And so maybe it wasn't just the right time, but at the same time, like I said, majority of the people misunderstood the tweet, and there was just a lot going on Twitter, and so I just had to apologize, my dear. I just had to.
So when people compare you to the likes of Ifia and Becca and the rest, what comes to mind?
Oh, I mean, I'm a baby in this industry. I started, it's been like 2 years now. When they compare me to them, it's not right. I mean, comparisons there, it's not just with me. A lot of people compare other creatives to other people. But I feel like those things are not necessary. We just have to focus on pushing Ghana music to the world. We have to focus on making the Ghanaian sound or the African sound cross into the international market. And so when people compare me to other artists, especially my seniors, I'm not entirely comfortable with it.
So with all that has happened so far, has any of the A-list artists approached you for a feature?
Yeah, a couple of them. I mean, my music has just been in the system for 2 years now, and I haven't done a lot of collaborations. So the fans should know that a lot of collaborations will come up with their favorite artists and their A-list artists. And so collaborations, look forward to that with a lot of artists.
Do you see people as competition so far?
No. I'm not in competition with anybody at all. I am in my own pace, right? I'm in my own pace. I'm embarking on my own journey. And so that is just what it is. I'm not in competition with anyone. I don't want anyone to feel like I'm in competition with them as well.
What do you make of female participation in the entertainment industry so far?
Yeah, well, first of all, we are a few, and then it's quite sad. It's not entirely sad because definitely there are people there's probably a lot of people who are also trying to work on themselves to start music. But what I would say is, if there's any female out there that wants to do music, I would actually motivate you to, because it's good. You really need to embark on it, because you could literally count the number of females in the industry as compared to the male. And then so if you are watching right now and you're a female and you want to start doing music, don't let anybody discourage you. You need to embark on it.
But to those who have started and then they might not be as lucky as you have been, what would you tell them? Because you know, people have been in, I don't want to mention names, but there are people that are like grandmothers, underground musician grandmothers and grandfathers. Let me put it.
Well, I think in life, everybody has a time. everybody has a time where they would flourish. Maybe mine had to take this. What if I also started and I also felt that, hey, my music is not doing good? I didn't know this year was going to be a very good year for me. And so I feel like if there's somebody that isn't there yet, probably that person's time is going to be the coming year or the coming decade or something of that sort. So everybody has a time that they have to flourish. And when that time comes, it's going to happen.
Recently, there was a picture of you and D Black on social
media, yeah.
On social media, and then someone came to write under the picture that
that was
D Black should leave you alone.
Oh,
you are their star.
Really? Oh.
My name is Sino. Almost better D Black, best Sino.
Oh.
You didn't see
I
it?
haven't seen that.
Oh.
I haven't seen
Yes,
that. Oh. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. No. People shouldn't do that. We were in the studio, we recorded a song.
But would you have accepted any of that? Maybe when he approaches you, that you
I mean, when people bring deals to you, you look through what they have to offer and all that. And so if my manager and I, if they came forward, my manager and I felt it was good, why not? Yeah.
We see you are mostly around Bisakede, working in his studio.
Yeah. Oh, Bisakede and I, we have a nice vibe. I mean, the way he writes his music, his melodies, even his voice is quite similar to myself. And then we always click anytime we get into the studio. And so whenever he's free and I'm free, we always link up in the studio.
With your dad's contribution, do you feel pressured in any way?
No, not at all. My dad is actually a big fan of my music. And like I said earlier on, I'm actually doing my own thing. I'm on my own pace. And so daddy's work or his achievements do not give me pressure in anything that I do.
But what does he make of your achievements so far?
My dad's work actually motivates me to do more. You know, it actually pushes me to keep doing what I'm doing, because at the end of the day, you know, people that love his music also love my music now. And people that know now that I'm his daughter, they be like, oh, I'm a fan of your dad's music, and so because of that, I'm also going to support yours, right? So I've grabbed a bit of his fans, and his fans have also grabbed a bit of mine as well.
What were some of the things that he has said to you ever since, you know, you blew up like that? Has he called you to tell you anything?
Yeah. Oh, my dad, yeah. When he comes to Ghana, he lives with us. And so he's very proud. And he talks about my lyrics. He talks about my melodies, the things I talk about in my songs. He's really proud. And I'm honored that someone as big as him is proud of the kind of music I'm doing.
Are you a daddy's girl?
To me, I'm like a crazy, but I'm not a daddy's girl. I mean, I think it was my kid sister that is always jumping around my father.
Are you anticipating a collaboration with your dad?
Yeah. Oh, my dad and I, we've been hitting the studios, and so the fans should look forward to a song from myself and my dad.
Aside your dad that you're working with, are there any veterans that you would want to work with?
Yeah, there are lots of them, but they are in my books, and they will come off as surprises to the fans, and so they are all in the pipeline. We look forward to it.
We only hear of you talk about your dad. What about your mom?
Oh, my mom, she's a very low-key person. Big shouts to her, by the way. I know she'll watch this interview, but she's a very low-key person. You know, mother, she's just behind the scenes supporting her daughter with prayers and her blessings, and so she's there, pa.
You're from a very strong Christian home.
Yes, please.
Your mom is an awesome mommy.
Oh no, she's not, but she loves to pray, pa. Yes, I mean.
So do you get her calling you all the time? Hey, I know, sorry about Bompire.
Yeah, she does that. She's been doing that since, not even just because of the music. Ever since growing up, my mom is a very prayerful person. It's part of the reasons why, you know, I'm still strong and I'm here.
But with all that happened recently, you know, the social media fire, did she call you?
She found Asum Kakreri, but she's not on Twitter, so she didn't really know much about it. But Efan Asum, but she didn't really make a big deal out of it. She's cool. She's very fine.
Proud to be becoming a musician. What were you aspiring to be?
I wanted to be an entrepreneur. You know, growing up, my dad made me fall in love with music and entertainment. So I was a huge lover of entertainment. I was actually the entertainment prefect in my secondary school, TIMAS. In Kumasi. So if I wasn't doing music, I would have been an entrepreneur. I would have been a business head, a CEO, or something of that sort here. Because I'm actually studying international business in school.
So you would have been an entrepreneur with your specialty in what?
I'm doing international business, so anything that I could get hold of, right? I actually had plans of opening a music school. Yeah, wow. Yeah, but you know, life, you could be heading towards this place, then life will just tell you, no, this is not what I want you to do, I want you to do this. So I just wanted to be a boss. I just wanted to have something that I am running, right? And so if I wasn't doing music, I'd been an entrepreneur.
Do you write your own songs?
Yes, please, I do. The songs that I've released so far, each and every single one of them was written by me.
Okay, let's hold on here. Let's go over to Abrantepa, who will be bringing us the discovery segment.
Life has never been easy. Always the hustle. Tiano Pebia, my busy. Meti Mitchell come the whole day, mammy nisu ye dizzy. I know the figure lengths. My guy, no be easy. Miss one me pese me nyesi catch and low wheezy. My breath fitting in collar brim, still made that so bre. Nako pose uti me away dia made the cotosre. Na my ye juma be a crama me body no I am bre. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind, so time ya, debe na ubenya. Bad mind, bad mind. If you hate me, what you go get to? Bad mind, bad mind.
Joining us on the discovery segment is Kwaku Sniper and Shishi Boss. Welcome, guys. How are you doing?
Oh, yeah, we're doing great.
Nice one. So, are you a group or you do your individual stuff?
Yeah, we do our individual stuff, but sometimes we do collaborate more. Yeah.
I see. Yeah. How did you meet?
Oh, we met through a friend, like a friend of mine. Yeah, so he introduced me to Kwaku Sniper.
Okay.
Yeah, on the street, you know, we are street boys, so yeah, everything just back and all.
So, how do you do it? You go to the studio together, you sit,
yeah,
or you do your individual stuff, then he comes in?
The funniest part is that I come up with the
concept,
the concept,
okay,
and then I write on it, and then I do my part. I forward it to him. Then he also
does his part. So far, how be the progress? How you see that thing?
Like everybody way good TV, they talk say like if a positive this thing then they give me. So yeah, we just hope for the best. Yeah.
Okay. You go you mention any of the songs? Just the title?
Oh yeah, we get Mr. Badman. We get
the one he just performed.
Yeah, the one we just performed. We get Abuasika. We get Formula D. We for girls. Yeah. We get for girls.
For girls.
Yeah, for girls.
Hey, you know, I don't know why I don't want to hear that, but okay. So you mostly they come out with the idea.
Yeah.
Why for girls?
For girls, you know, the for girls concept. I don't know. We did it with families, nothing against.
Yeah, it be love and they love you, no be for girls.
Yeah.
No be for girls, it be love and they love you, no be for girls.
Yeah, so that's how it goes. So we're trying to learn.
Initially, then me, as you mentioned, forget.
I think say Agbala something.
You don't want to forget. Share with us your struggles. You say it's not been easy. How has the journey been? What's making it not easy for you?
You know, so now we are not under any kind of record label or something. You see, and everything we do is from our pocket.
Okay.
How you understand? Yeah, even if you are supposed to record, at Kwaku, we meet, we plan. Charlie, at the end of the day, you know, we all work in our individual places. So after that, we just gather some small coins, then we go and record.
Okay. Yeah. Okay. Right. All right. So that's Kwaku Sniper and Shishi for you.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. What on me? I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Woodin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre. So me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa. Renobian pata. Se uja me a me u ba messiah babak. Oh.
I'm waiting for the chorus.
Oh, so me mu. Otoyewu, anajuwe diemenewa. Beso mi mu. Otoyewu, anajuwe diemenewa. Beso mi mu. Otoyewu, anajuwe die. I go show you love odo, love odo. Right.
Welcome back from that short break. Jackie is still our guest. we are still chit-chatting with her. I read in this article, I was once scrolling through my phone and I saw in this article that they said you are worth $150,000.
Really?
Yes.
And I've not seen it.
$150,000 to $200,000.
Eh. Okay.
Is it true that you're
Oh, then I need to find the person as because this one I don't know.
If you are sick on the whole
you the bab. Hey, because honestly, this one I've not seen it. So we have to ask the person.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll ask, in fact, I'll give his number.
If you're on the share my accounts, so the person knows it. I don't know about that. I haven't seen it.
I also read in another article that you look up to the likes of RTBs.
No,
or rather Payday movie.
Yes, so growing up, I listened to Omar Sterling, I listened to Efia, I listened to Asha. So they inspire some of the songs that I write. Yeah, if you look at the CDP, for instance, the intro and the outro, the melodies, you know, it's rap actually. It was inspired by Payday. I said it in the song, and so they inspire my music. Yeah.
So does Payday know that he inspires your music?
Oh yeah, he does. I've met him a couple of times.
And he grooms you sometimes?
You know,
but Payday is a rapper.
Yeah, yes. I love rap. I love hip hop, yes. I'm not a very good rapper, but I try sometimes. I'm a fan of it, and then he's very good. If you don't listen to him, you should try.
And then you give us one before you leave.
Okay.
As an artist, what's your take on awards?
They're good. I mean, it's all part of some of the little things that motivate you, right? I mean, if you get awarded for something that you're doing, it makes you feel good. It makes you feel like, you know, you're working hard. And so awards are fine.
Will you purposely release a song or an album just for an award?
No, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't do that. Whenever I'm recording songs, it's just my fans I think about. The people that love my music and the people that the music does something for them. They are the people that I think about first thing when I'm writing music or when I'm recording a song.
But with the way you are going, do you think you'll be the first artist to win a Grammy?
Oh, I mean, I can't tell. I can't tell. Maybe tomorrow another artist will come, very talented, you get. And there are other people ahead of me who are super talented, who are also big artists. And so as for the Grammys, anybody can get it. We are all working hard and we can all get it.
In terms of award, which record would you want to set or break?
Oh, I would want to occupy the biggest auditorium in the world.
Just that? No.
Yes.
We are talking in terms of award.
No, with awards, I told you, like, my mind is not really there as much, but if there's something that I actually want right now, that is what I want.
Oh, you're still in school?
Yeah, I'm still in school. I'm a final year student at KNUST.
Okay. But how are you juggling between the two, music and school?
Yeah, it's not easy, but I'll finish it and I'll finish it very hard. Maybe my graduation, you can come. Yeah.
You're mostly in Accra, or?
No, I'm not mostly in Accra. I live in Kumasi. I school in Kumasi. If I come to Accra, it's usually for work. And that's when you find me here.
So when are you going back?
I'll go back to school very soon because we are even about to write our end of sem exam. So I need to go back and study very quick.
Okay. What's your type of guy?
I don't have a type at all. I don't have a type.
You're open for everything?
Yeah.
Anything?
Anything
sure?
at all. Yes, please.
With cute girls like your type, I know they're mostly going for the tall ones.
Is it because you're cute? Is that what you want?
Oh, I'm not cute.
Oh, you are. Yeah. So, no, I don't have a type at all, actually. When it comes to relationships, my mind, I don't pay much attention to it. Yeah, and so, I'm in my corner. Anything that comes my way.
So you're open?
Anything that, at the moment, I'm not. I'm actually focusing on my work and my school. And so later on in the future, when God sends someone to me, I would know.
Money or love?
Money, oh. Hey! Please. Money every day, all day. Fiscal pan.
Hey.
Yes, please.
Hey. The fact that you just said a while ago that you're open.
Exactly.
But okay, say like you're open. Alternatives.
Or love.
Okay.
And I'm choosing back. No. If it's money, if I have to choose between money and love, I'll choose money. That's just it.
But you sing love songs.
Yes, I sing love songs for you and the listener. the people that are in love, you know, that's what I do, literally. That's what I do. So when I fall in love in the future too, then me too, I'll start feeling what you guys feel when you listen to my songs. Yeah, so the music is for the fans.
Would you mind dating anybody in the industry?
Whatever God plans for my life, dear, I'll just move with it. Honestly, when it comes to my personal life, I leave it to God. Anything that God has set for it to happen for me, that is what I'm going with.
Do you hope getting married someday?
I'll get married. I'll get married in the future. I will.
Like in how many years to come?
Oh, yeah, not now.
What's next for Jackie?
Oh, a lot of things. Jackie, my journey is very, very long, and so people should know that I'm here to stay. There are new songs coming up, good content, a lot of collaborations, and so the fans should look out to a lot of good music coming up next.
Okay. And then Nana McBrown, who is she to you?
Oh, Nana McBrown and my mom, they go way back. They've been friends since they were young, and that was how come we were.
But she also lived in Kumasi.
Yeah, actually, yeah, she also lived in Kumasi, and yeah. And so when she linked up with me, it was a very beautiful vibe. We spoke about a lot of things, and you know.
Please, our rap.
Your rap. First off, pull over, take a seat. I'm your ruler. I got inspired by Payday. Omar Sterling yesterday night. I checked the charts and we were trending. That's not the vision, anyways. That's actually my song. It's on my EP. It's called The Journey. Go and check it out.
So give us one of Payday's rap.
Payday song. I'm from back in the days. Ash in a tray. Kush so loud I can feel my face. So far gone, I think I am Drake. No, I am not. I am Pay. Finish.
Hey.
Oh no, I don't give you everything. No.
Dubai, them know they high.
I don't give you anything. Nah. I don't give you everything.
Why?
I don't give you everything. If you want to get more rap, if you want to get more rap from me, you should be listening to my songs. You find it.
Okay, give us Never Like This, then we leave. Go.
What's in my coma fala? Se mi suje wa asembia metibia wodona makome munti mafana sem tra yeah. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so never like this. Never like this, so yeah.
You did me bad, oh.
You did me bad, oh. Hey, you did me
bad.
Hey, yapon.
You did me bad, oh. Okay, that was an interesting one with Jackie. I hope to come your way another time with much more interesting edition of Talkatainment. I am your host, Elsie Lama. See you another time. Till then, stay blessed.
Come and see me swiping photos of you. What on a chimney? I need a tattoo with your name on it. Metro Woodin Kwame. May a tough girl, but see the way I make timid. But call me Dre. So me mu eh. And then I will pecky babo to fe. My folly and casa. Renobian pata. Se uja me ame u ba mesaya babak. Oh.
I'm waiting for the chorus.
So me mu. Otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa besomi mu otoyewu anajuwe diemenewa besomi mu otoyewu anajuwe die. I go show you love odo. Right.
Powers and principalities. There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.
It's going to be fun to see how he goes about approaching this game.
We table issues relating to the arts and entertainment for a riveting discussion, of course, without fear nor favor.
The question the presenter asked them was a dumb question. You need to speak the fact and move.
Varied views. We agree to disagree.
So I would disagree with everything you said. I think that he's a smart guy. I think what he
No,
did.
but I also said he's a smart guy.
Yeah.
I guess that I'm waiting for the what next.
Yeah, I don't think that we have to wait for what next.
It sometimes gets confrontational, but that's the beauty of the game.
Today you deny funny face. It's not my brother. Today you deny funny face. I don't know him. You don't know funny face. It's not my brother. You don't know funny face.
It's a package. We meet, we sit, we dialogue, we learn, we progress. My name is Benefo Huabin Abrantepa, a proud blogger, and this is my forum.
In a state of melancholy. Mr. Speaker, let them point to me one country. Mr. Speaker, just one country that is imposing these harsh taxes. Just one country. Mr. Speaker, in summing up, in concluding, in winding up, Mr. Speaker, let me serve notice to our colleagues on the other side that even though we have about 4 years to elections, begin to write your handing over those because of it. Thank you very much, Right Honorable Speaker. Thank you. At the conclusion of the debate, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an Energy Sector Recovery Levy and Sanitation and Pollution Levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products
Item number 37.
matters.
Item number 37.
Okay, all right. Yes, Speaker. Now, item 34. And if you agree, Speaker, I want to move the motion. And the motion is that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the energy sector levies one may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to second the motion. Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item 35, the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021. Other.
Energy sector, the amendment on the other paper, we don't have some here. But bring some here immediately. All right. Leader, not because of the consideration say when I get up, what do I say? The consideration says, oh no, because the amendments. Okay, so okay. And say maybe I don't know no plus one. Answer me.
All right. Honourable members. Clause 1.
Sections 5A and 5B inserted.
Amendment proposed. Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, clause 1. Amendment proposed. 5B, 3B. Delete and insert the following. Before fini. No. Design, construct, and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment and disposal facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, landfill sites, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before we come to the advertised amendment, we got the bill just today, so I couldn't advertise my amendment. 1, 2, clause 1, 5A, 2. I want to propose amendment with your leave, Mr. Speaker.
Honourable member, kindly repeat what you said. I didn't repeat what you said.
Which one? Mr. Speaker, clause 1, 5A, 2.
5A2. Where is 5A2?
Yes, 5A2. 2. Okay. Mr. Speaker, I want to propose an amendment. Mr. Speaker, the 5A2 reads, the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account to be known as the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, we have departed from the use of to be known as. So my proposal is that leader of government business will agree with me that we delete an account to be known as, so that a new rendition will be the minister shall cause to be open and maintain the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Other member, hold on.
Obi, what bill be that chain? Bill no. Energy sector. Not a report, the bill itself.
Very well. Honourable, kindly, because I was looking at the wrong bill, so I can now follow you.
Mr. Speaker, I'm seeking your leave to propose an clause 1, 5A, 2. Mr. Speaker, it reads, the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account to be known as the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, I'm proposing that we delete an account to be known as. Just meaning that we draft in the present, we don't draft in the future tense. So this House has departed from the use of to be known as. So, Mr. Speaker, the new rendition should be the minister shall cause to be opened and maintain the Energy Sector Recovery Account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the Energy Sector Recovery Levy. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Going through this motion, I direct the draft persons to effect the corrections accordingly.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I fully agree with him. The old construct, and we have moved away from there. So we either say the minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account known as, not to be known as. Known as, or if you like, you can delete the entirety of to be known as and say the minister shall cause to be open and maintain the Energy Sector Recovery Account. Simplicity. The value is the same. But it shouldn't be futuristic. I think that is all that my colleague on the other side is saying. And I agree entirely with him on the principle that he espouses.
Very well. I direct the draft persons to take note and effect the correction accordingly. Now, Chairman, you may move your motion again. Chairman, your motion was to delete paragraph 3B and insert a new one. Is that right?
I take my amendment again, the committee's amendment again.
Yes, please do.
Clause 1 amendment proposed 5B, 3B, delete and insert the following. B, design, construct and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment and disposal facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, lights, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities. Thank you, Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Mr. Speaker, I support the chairman's amendment. This is really in line with paragraph 256 of the budget that we just considered.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is aye.
Aye. Plus 1 amendment proposed 5B, 3D, line 1. Before fumigation, insert disinfestation, disinfection end. And after schools, insert lorry parks.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item I. Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, following moved by the Honorable Member for Akachi South, there is a consequential one that ought to have been moved in respect of 5B2. The minister shall cause to be open and maintain an account to be known as the sanitation and pollution account. The Speaker, we should have the same rendition affecting 5.2b.
I can't hear a thing.
The Speaker, I was saying that consequential to the amendment moved by the member for Akachi for 5B2, we should have a consequential amendment to read, the minister shall cause to be open and maintained the sanitation and pollution account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the sanitation and pollution levy. Just so that it will be in symmetry.
I was hoping that we'll finish with clause 1 before we go there.
So that the two same constructs.
Very well. I was on item I. When I finish, we'll take that one. Yes. Yes, Honorable.
I. Clause 1. Amendment proposed. 5B3, paragraph E, as follows. Provide dedicated support for the maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Aye. All against, say no.
Aye. Aye.
The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, Leader, the proposed amendment was in respect of the same clause, right? 5B.
The Speaker, that indeed should precede the amendment. Rather, is 5B2. What the chairman just effected is 5B3. But what I related to is 5B2.
Yes, let's take that now because it was not advertised.
Right, the Speaker, I beg to move that we delete in line 1 and 2 of 5B2 the words "an account to be known as," so that we have the minister shall cause to be opened and maintained the sanitation and pollution account for the purpose of receiving monies realized from the sanitation and pollution levy. Speaker, so moved.
In the earlier case, I directed that the draft persons effect that correction. So I give the same instructions, the draft persons to effect
Very well.
the correction.
Very well, Mr. Speaker.
Now, clause 1 adversely amended. Yes, Leader.
Mr. Speaker, just the clause that. What then will be the role of the controller and are we leaving the obligation just to the minister, or the minister together with the controller and accountant general shall open that account? I'm doing so within the meaning of the Public Financial Management Act. So if you can improve it further, we'll support it in the form. Agreed, so improve it for our purposes. Thank you.
I think the text takes care of it.
So, Mr. Speaker, the minister will do so in the form prescribed by the Controller and Accountant General. I
think if you look at the clause, it's saying the minister shall cause to be. So it's not the minister himself or herself who would open the account, would rather cause to be opened. And that is where the Accountant General comes in. Am I right? Yes,
Mr. Speaker, just to say that in the PFM Act, the Minister of Finance instructs the Controller and Accountant General to open the account. So it's the Minister who is instructing the Controller to open that.
Very well. Clause 1, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, before the question is put on the entire clause 1, I see that two terms are being used, not interchangeably but distinctly. If you look at the amendment in item 2, clause 1, the use of disinfestation and disinfection, I see that it's a new clause we are inserting in the law, but there's no provision for interpretation in the new bill. And in the Parent Act, there's no provision for explaining these two terms. So I want the chairman of the committee to offer some explanation before the question is put on these two terms.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, this came up at a committee meeting, and we considered that these were ordinary words with ordinary meanings and did not require any special definition and interpretation.
Very well. So clause 1 as variously amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Section 6 of Act 899 amended.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Chairman of the committee, your amendment.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 2. Amendment proposed. Management of account. Delete lines 1 to 4.
What is that? What is before me? The advertise is to delete the entire subsection 6. What is advertised is to delete the entire subsection 6. But what you said is delete some lines. I want to be clear what we're doing.
Yeah. Yes, yes. So, Speaker, I please didn't get what you said.
Look at the other paper addendum, page 6. Item IV, amendment proposed, section 6, subsection 1, delete. But what you said is different from what is advertised. That's what I wanted to reconcile.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, we may adopt either of them. They come to the same thing.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. Yes, Honorable Member Ford.
Mr. Speaker, if I may seek your leave for us to look at item 3, clause 1, the amendment proposed for section 5B. Mr. Speaker, if you look at what we intend to say to the effect that provide dedicated support,
Honorable, I think we were taking a decision on clause 2. We haven't finished.
Okay, Mr. Speaker, I'll seek your leave to come back.
Very well. All again say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Yes, item V.
Mr. Speaker, actually item B is consequential. An amendment proposed as follows. In the third column of the second row, delete paragraph B and insert the following. Design, construct, and re-engineer solid and liquid waste treatment facilities, including compost production facilities, recycling facilities, landfill sites, medical and other specialized waste treatment facilities. D, in the third column of the second row, delete paragraph D and insert the following. Support disinfection and fumigation of public places, schools, lorry parks, health centers, and markets. C, in the third column of the second row, insert a new paragraph E as follows. E, provide dedicated support for the maintenance and management of landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country. Thank you, Speaker.
First, let me put the question on clause 2 as amended. The question is that clause 2 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now, item V was on clause 3.
Schedule of Act 899 amended.
Honourable members, all in favor of the proposed amendment in clause 3, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item VI.
VI, amendment proposed. Add a new clause as follows. Section 8 of Act 899 amended. The principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery levy of fee stock means fuel utilized by a power plant to generate and produce energy. Thank you, Speaker. Sorry, Mr. Speaker, I take that again. The principal enactment, 3, the principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery levy.
Honourable Member, hold on. What is before me is different from what you're reading. The other paper addendum which is before me, item amendment proposed, the schedule under the column headed, that's what is before me.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, I actually put all together because they were all under V. So I took all of them together.
Kindly let's go by advertised. Because what is advertised is saying a schedule. Or what you're reading does not mention any schedule according to Section 8, which is not before me, so I get confused.
So then. Okay, so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause BI, Clause 3, opposed. The schedule, under the column headed purpose, second row, paragraph D, delete and insert the following. Support disinfestation, disinfection and fumigation of public spaces, schools, lorry parks, health centers, and markets.
Yes.
Markets.
All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye.
Market.
Yes, Honourable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I support the amendment, but using COVID as an example, assuming that some space, not public, and some space, not market, not lorry park, was evidence that they are contributing to COVID. Mr. Speaker, yourself a good lawyer. You use them generics. We are limiting it only to this. What then happens if tomorrow the state, as an intervention, has to expand those others that may benefit? So I'm just going to seek your leave. If we can even just add the word and others. And others. It will be too wide. Not private. Are you saying public spaces in Ghana are only the 4 you have listed? Is it only lorry park, markets, and others? So I'm saying, for instance, COVID. Maybe it's identified as some other place, not identified in the words we are using now. How do we deal with it? It's just a question. Thank you.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I get the point of the minority leader, but we ought to appreciate that this is not the only source for addressing sanitation matters in the country. This is a special account being created with special sources, and I think if the policy objective is to focus on public places for the purposes of the utilization of inflows into this account, we, Parliament, should not be seen to be varying it. We should not be seen to be varying it.
Very well. All against it, yes, the framework.
Mr. Speaker, I am of the opinion that the position by the minority leader in this matter should hold sway. In this matter.
Yes, I'm listening. Yes.
Mr. Speaker,
I want to appeal to my colleague to drop that. Mr. Speaker, this is because the fund as established, we want to dedicate some sources for the purposes of dealing with certain situations. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, anytime there is an epidemic or a pandemic, there is a special response for that purpose. And we cannot use this for the purposes of addressing an epidemic or a pandemic. In cases like that, there will be a national emergency. An emergency situation will apply. So I don't think we should open it up like that. It's very dangerous.
Very well. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item VII.
VII, clause 3. Amendment proposed. The schedule under the column headed purpose. Second row, add the following paragraph. Dedicated support for the maintenance and management of major landfill sites and other waste treatment plants and facilities across the country.
Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, clause 3, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Item VIII, new clause.
VIII, new clause, amendment proposed. Add the following new clause. Section 8 of Act 899, amended. 3. The principal enactment is amended in Section 8 by the insertion after the definition for debt recovery of feedstock means fuel utilized by a power plant to generate or produce energy.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now the new clause, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The new clause is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 15, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products and for related matters.
The long title shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Act 2021. Item number 18. Leader, is that right?
Mr. Speaker, item 36.
In the original order paper.
Original order paper, yes.
Very well. Item number 36. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 131.1, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be moved today. I so move.
Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, The procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Now, item number 30.
The Speaker, item 37 on the original order paper and 17 on the order paper addendum. The Speaker, I beg to move that the Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to amend the Energy Sector Levies Act 2015, Act 899, to provide for an energy sector recovery levy and sanitation and pollution levy to be imposed on specified petroleum products and for related matters.
The Energy Sector Levies Amendment Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed.
Income penalty.
Yes, Honourable Majority Leader.
Energy sector. I think it's here.
Yes, Honourable Leader. What item?
I can't find it here. Penalty and interest waiver. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that
we're going to do the penalty and
Mr. Speaker, motion 20.
Penalty.
Item 20 on the original order paper. Item 20.
On the addendum order paper or
Original
the
order paper. Original. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Order 81, which requires that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for a second reading of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
These are for you, Mami. Or report. Oh. I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 21. Item 21.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the object of this bill is to grant a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021. Speaker, that indeed is at the heart of this proposal that is before Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I so move.
Yes, Chairman of the committee.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion. And I proceed, Mr. Speaker, by reporting that the committee met and determined that the bill was of an urgent nature and therefore certifies that it must be taken through all the stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant provisions of the Constitution and our standing orders. The object of the bill is to grant a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021. The bill contains 12 clauses, Mr. Speaker. Our observations as a committee was informed by the fact that COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the livelihoods of many Ghanaians and enterprises. Some sectors of the economy and sections of the population continue to suffer the devastating consequences of the pandemic, such as job losses and closure of businesses. It has additionally created cash flow challenges for some businesses. This, that a bill grants a waiver of penalty and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by the close of 2021. The fiscal impact, Mr. Speaker, is some 204 million from the waiver of the interest, and then 536 for the waiver of the penalties. Mr. Speaker, the committee, having carefully scrutinized the bill, proposes the following amendment. Propose some amendments to this House. We further urge this House that the bill is in the right direction, as it will provide some relief to tax-paying public and enhance compliance. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Mr. Speaker, this bill seeks to, one, ensure that taxpayers that owes tax obligation or are yet to settle their tax obligation with Ghana Revenue Authority without imposing a penalty or an interest on them. Mr. Speaker, there is a belief that this will go a long way in encouraging taxpayers to settle the obligation of paying their taxes.
Penalties and interest waiver.
Mr. Speaker, if I may refer you to the committee's report. Mr. Speaker, in particular, refer you to the observation. Mr. Speaker, we were told that the rationale for the bill is informed that COVID-19 pandemic has adversely affected the livelihood of many Ghanaians. Some sectors of the economy and sections of the population continue to suffer the devastating consequences of the pandemic, such as job losses and closure of businesses. It has additionally created cash flow challenges for some businesses. Mr. Speaker, we were told that to cushion the effect of the pandemic on individuals and businesses, government has decided to introduce this bill. Mr. Speaker, I see some inconsistencies in government policy. In one breath, you are acknowledging that COVID-19 has had a devastating impact on Ghanaian businesses and livelihood. In another breath, you are saying that as a result of that, you are going to give them some form of waivers. But the same government is imposing taxes on the same livelihood and businesses. So you see the inconsistencies. And that is why I'm saying that government needs to go back to the drawing board and realign its own policy, because you are the same person acknowledging that livelihood and businesses are suffering as a result of the pandemic. And so you are giving something to them. how then can you go back and impose additional taxes on the same livelihood and businesses? Mr. Speaker, when we get there, we'll cross it. But currently, Mr. Speaker, with this tax, I support it, and because, Mr. Speaker, it is not a tax, it is a waiver of interest. It is indeed going to help businesses to pay their obligation to the Ghana Revenue Authority and to the state. It will also help Ghana Revenue Authority to implement their compliance policy. Mr. Speaker, I believe that in the long run, government of Ghana stands to gain, and the taxpayers will pay their obligation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, a colleague knows that economic management is moving money from one place to the other in order to cushion the people and stimulate the economy. Mr. Speaker, there are just two sources of making money. Either you raise it domestically or you borrow. Mr. Speaker, you raise it domestically or you borrow. Either way, if you borrow, you provide momentary relief, and in due time, hardships will be imposed on the people to pay back. Or you provide momentary inconvenience to cushion the benefit for tomorrow. My colleague knows that. So I believe that the principle, he appreciates that monies should be raised to stimulate the economy and cushion the heart of it. So I believe you can put a question on this.
Honourable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and to provide for related matters.
The penalty interest waiver bill 2021 is now read the second time. Item number 22.
Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall not pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken. It shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the penalty and interest waiver bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Yes.
The Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 23. The penalty and interest waiver bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
One clause.
Yes. Chairman, the amendment according to the clause 9. Sorry. I just want to be sure. There's only clause 9 that is intended to be amended.
Exactly so, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Clause 1. There's no proposed amendment to clause 1. All in favor of clause 1 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Conditions for waiver of penalty and interest.
Hold on. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, in respect of clause 1, I have a worry that we may not be complying with the Constitution. Mr. Speaker, if you look at Article 174 of the Constitution, particularly the terms of Clause 3. Where the Constitution? The terms of Clause 3. It would appear that any such waiver or variation of the tax must be done with a prior approval of Parliament. This seems to me to be a blanket waiver or grant of the power to waive the taxes without further recourse to Parliament. And I think that it is unconstitutional. Potentially, it is unconstitutional because, Mr. Speaker, if you look at Clause 3, it says that Parliament may by a resolution as support of not less than 2/3 of the members of Parliament exempt the exercise of any power from the provisions of Clause 2 of this article. Now, Mr. Speaker, what Clause 2 does is to give Parliament the power to enact laws and to invest persons and authority with the power to waive or vary a tax.
Let's see, is a penalty and interest a tax? This one is to waive penalty and interest. Is it the same as the taxes envisaged by Clause 174?
Mr. Speaker, a penalty or interest arises out of and in connection with your tax obligation. So it is part of revenue. If you do not default in your primary obligation to pay the tax, there is no penalty that accrues as a result of non-payment. And so it's part of revenue. And therefore, if we are granting the power to waive or vary that tax, it must be done in accordance with Article 174 of the Constitution, Mr. Speaker. And so this blanket grant of the power of waiver is potentially unconstitutional, and the bill has to be recrafted.
Yes, leader.
Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague is getting it totally wrong. Mr. Speaker, what is at stake here is Article 1742, which provides where an act enacted in accordance with Clause 1 of this. First, 171 provides no taxation shall be imposed otherwise by or under the authority of an Act of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, it's exactly what we are doing. When we come to 2 then provides enacted in accordance with Clause 1 of this article confers power on any person or authority to waive or vary a tax imposed by that act. The exercise of power of waiver or variation in favor of any person or authority shall be subject to prior approval of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, when Parliament decides not to do this, but grant an authority to another body to do that, then you kick in Article 1743. What you are saying now does not apply. It is 1741. The Speaker is totally wrong in his understanding of Article 174.
Yeah, you got it wrong.
Mr. Speaker, for precisely the reasons given by the majority leader, I am perfectly correct in the interpretation that I have given of 174. Because 172, 1742 is very clear that when Parliament by an act grants the power, the exercise of that power is subject to the prior approval of Parliament. Yeah. And this is what we are doing in this case, right? That is what we are doing. We are granting the power of waiver. We are granting the power of waiver to the Commissioner General. We are shifting that primary responsibility of Parliament to the Commissioner General. And therefore, it must be done with the prior approval of Parliament. Now, the mechanism that allows it not to be done with the prior approval.
When we pass this bill, we grant the power to the Commissioner. Is that right?
That is so.
So when does the Commissioner exercise the power?
Relying
on this act to grant a waiver, that he will need the resolution. But now we are, by this act, giving him the power to grant a waiver.
Sure.
So you look at or you confess your sins, and then say, okay, I should have charged you. Sorry, can you resume your seat? I should have charged you 10%, but because the law gives me the power to grant you, I'm preparing this resolution to Parliament to say that this company has confessed, or these companies have confessed, and therefore, I kindly, by resolution, grant them the concession. But the law must give the power first before the exercise of it will require the resolution. So I think we are not wrong. Let's proceed.
Mr. Speaker, with all due respect, Article 1743 becomes odious if we go by the logic that is on the floor now. It becomes odious. And the Constitution was enacted to become effective in compliance, and we cannot allow a provision of the Constitution to become odious in practice. Mr. Speaker, Mr. Speaker, if you would allow me, we do not, contemplate a situation where this piece of legislation that we are enacting today would become contested as unconstitutional. And we can prevent that by couching it in a way that prevents future litigation. So, Mr. Speaker, the point I'm making is that you are right in saying that it is at the point of the waiver, that the Commissioner General exercises the power. But, Mr. Speaker, in this bill, is there anything that contemplates that the Commissioner General will resort to Parliament for a resolution to exempt him from the exercise of the power of waiver in that particular instance that the Speaker is talking about?
Yes, leader. Yes.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think we should have some. There is a legislation imposing a tax, and then there is a penalty on failure to pay. The penalty on failure to pay is simply a penal provision.
Yes, it's not a tax.
It is not a tax imposing provision. It's a penal provision. So if you don't pay the tax on time, then the penal provisions kick in. And it is the penal provisions that generate the interest, a possible interest. Is that okay? The possible interest that will accrue itself is not a tax. It is a penalty. So in this legislation, it is revenue if it is paid. If it is paid, it is revenue. It is revenue, but it is not a taxing provision. And so in this is what the legislation is doing is waiving the penal provisions if you haven't paid. And Parliament is doing that. So I beg to say, not to disagree, but to say, Mr. Speaker, I beg to say that to the extent that we are not doing anything about this vision imposing the tax, but that we are tinkering with the penal provision, then the constitutional argument has to be around our capacity to waive a penal provision. That is a penalty that has arisen, not the tax. We are not touching the tax. We are touching interest that will arise as a penalty if you don't pay the tax. And Parliament is saying that it is waiving that consequential penal effect of not paying the tax. Nothing is being done about the tax itself. And so I am minded to think that this Parliament is not in any way undermining the constitutional provisions. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well. Let's proceed. Clause 2.
Conditions for waiver of penalty and interest.
All in favor of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Scope of waiver.
All in favor of clause 3 being a part of the bill, aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4.
Application for waiver.
All in favor of clause 4 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Consideration of application for waiver.
Clause 5 shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Complaint and determination of complaint.
All in favor of clause 6 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7, clause 8.
Terms of payment, remission of tax.
All in favor of clause 7 and clause 8 being part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 7 and 8 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Reporting.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Thank you, Speaker. Clause 9. Amendment proposed. Paragraph A. Delete a waiver and insert waivers.
All in favor of the proposed amendment? All in favor of the proposed amendment being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 9, as amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9, as amended, of the bill. Clause 10.
Regulations.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 10. All in favor of clause 10 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11. Clause
Administrative
12.
guidelines.
Clause 12.
Interpretation.
All in favor of clauses 11 and 12 being part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I think we did not take 7II.
Clause what?
Clause 9. 7II, clause 9. There's a second.
Very well. There were two amendments.
The amendment to 7II, clause 9, amendment proposed, paragraph B, delete a waiver and insert waivers.
Delete a waiver and insert?
And insert waivers.
Waivers. Very well. All in favor of the proposed amendment, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 9 as amended shall stand part of. All in favor, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All I can say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021. Item number 24.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provision of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 may be moved today. The Speaker so moved.
Yes. Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 25.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes. Yes, Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for the third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the House adopting the motion? All against that say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to grant a waiver of penalties and interest on accumulated tax arrears up to December 2020 for persons who make arrangements with the Ghana Revenue Authority for payment of the principal tax by December 2021 and for related matters.
The Penalty and Interest Waiver Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Leader. What next?
Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding, I move item listed as 26. Speaker,
item 26. Yes, you may move.
I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved. I so move.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 27.
I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Speaker, the object of the bill is to amend the Income Tax Act 2015 to provide for a rebate for specified industrial sectors and to suspend quarterly installment payments by self-employed persons using the tax stamp system and owners of commercial vehicles using the vehicle income tax stamp system for the second, third, and fourth quarters of 2021. This indeed is the government of the bill before us, and I commend same to us. I so move, Speaker.
Yes, Chairman of the Committee.
I thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion and in the process submit the committee's report. The committee, Mr. Speaker, determined in respect of the bill you referred to us that it was of an urgent nature and must be taken through all stages of passage in one day in accordance with the relevant constitutional provisions and outstanding orders. The object of the bill is to amend the income... The structure... All right, thank you, Mr. Speaker. The Speaker, the committee observed that this is part of measures to support the transport sector and to reduce the cost of transportation, and therefore urge the House to support this bill to become law in order that we may benefit from its impact. Mr. Speaker, the fiscal impact of the rebate is estimated at 55,450,000 Ghana cedis, while the suspended installment payments are estimated at 16,800,000 Ghana cedis for the year. In conclusion, Mr. Speaker, the committee is of the view that the bill is in the right direction as it will provide some relief to businesses and transport operators. The committee therefore recommends to the House to adopt its report and pass the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 in accordance with the Constitution and outstanding orders. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, thank you, member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to also speak to this motion and to support. Mr. Speaker, it is important that government grant some form of tax rebate to certain sectors of the economy. Mr. Speaker, this tax rebate is to ensure that people in category A, such as retail traders, drinking and chopper owners, bakeries, business centers, state and accommodation agents, and others be given some form of tax rebate. Mr. Speaker, the intent here is to rebate on the chargeable income payable for the second, third, and fourth quarter 2021. Mr. Speaker, what I don't understand is that if this rebate is to support households and businesses in the informal sector that are really suffering from the impact of the pandemic, then it is important this rebate to the year 2022 at a minimum. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important that we extend the rebate not only to the second, third, and fourth quarter 2021, but into the year 2022. Because projections from government shows that the COVID-related expenditure and its impact is staying with us till 2023, according to the acting Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, and if he's saying that the impact is going to stay with us till 2023, why are you only rebating these individuals and companies till end 2021? Mr. Speaker, I recommend strongly that we extend this further at a minimum to December 2022. And we would like to serve notice that when we get there, I will move an amendment that this continues to the year 2022. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this is important and welcoming bill for the good people of this country, especially looking at the fiscal impact of this bill under paragraph 5.2, that the committee was informed that the rebate is estimated at 55,450,000 Ghana cedis, and the suspended installment payments are estimated at 16,800,000 cedis. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the bill and the category of persons that this government seeks to support in these trying times under this pandemic, government has to be commended. It's very unfortunate that when government seeks to cushion the poor in society, you won't get the same response from my brothers on the other side. Mr. Speaker, the retail traders, Susu and Choba operators, bakeries, business centers, estate and accommodation agents, and those in Category B, Mr. Speaker, dressmakers, tailors, hairdressers, artisans, plumbers, laborers, hiring services, butchers, individuals within that are being supported by government to enable them pick up their businesses to the level before the pandemic. So government ought to be commended for coming to the aid of those in the informal sector. With these few words, Mr. Speaker, I support the motion. Thank you.
Yes, Honorable Ho Central.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think that the starting point for this bill is to really clarify. You have to clarify to the intended beneficiaries that it is a suspension, either a suspension or a cancellation. Let's be very clear about that. Is it forgiveness of those taxes, or is it just a suspension so that they could be called upon to subsequently pay the same taxes? Because the word suspension means hold it for now. I could come back for it, just as the Japan deal was suspended and it is going to be brought back. Mr. Speaker, the reason why I have asked for this clarification is that we are here. Government announced a reduction in electricity tariffs by up to 17.5%. But gradually, this has been clawed back. The increases have been clawed back. Mr. Speaker,
so we should look at the text.
Banks were cleaned up at a cost of 21 billion Ghana cedis. Now we are here. We have something called Financial Sector Recovery Levy in order to get that money back. You are here, Mr. Speaker. We granted respite for people to take water free, not to pay ECG bills. But now we have to pay COVID-19 levy back so that we can recover those monies. So you see, when a Greek man is bearing gifts to you, you should be very, very careful. This thing seems like a Greek gift. A Greek gift. So, so be careful when the Greeks come bearing gifts. That is falling on the minister to clarify this, whether it is a clear cancellation of the debt or it's a mere suspension, in which case they can come back and ask that pay these taxes which you were apparently forgiven. So, Mr. Speaker, in any case, these people are living any gift because they are part of the general society, which is going to suffer the even more bone-shaking tax measures that are being introduced. So, what at all is it? Some of them are not even registered with DRA as part of the qualification to even get the relief. So, to me, I'm not being scornful, but I am worried that it may not really benefit people in reality. So, Mr. Speaker, well, we have agreed to recommend it because half a loaf is better than bread. So I support the motion. I also support the view my ranking has earlier
stated that it should not be limited to only 2021. It should extend to 2022 if it is clarified, so that those who suffered really under the pandemic can get benefit over a reasonably long time, rather than just this 2021, which is already ending in a few months' time. Thank you very much for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is about the motion. Say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
And ask to amend the sixth schedule to the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, for a rebate for selected industrial sectors, suspend quarterly installment payments by specified self-employed persons and owners of commercial vehicles, and for related matters.
There are no amendments.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2020 is now read a second time. Yes, Honourable Member for Ho.
Mr. Speaker, please, you did not give the opportunity to the Minister to clarify whether the tax is a suspension or it's a forgiveness.
Honourable Majority Leader, what next?
Speaker, I think the understanding is clear that it is not being uplifted to be paid, the accrual is not to be paid. So momentarily is waived. That's the import of it. For the second, third, and fourth quarters. That's the import of it. That indeed is the import of it. Speaker, I guess you can move.
Yes. Item number 27. Motion.
There are no amendments.
Mr. Speaker, if I may, let me hear you. We've dealt with item 21. We're coming to 22.
Item 26. Sorry, it's 27, yes. Oh, sorry, we just finished 20.
So, Mr. Speaker,
we just finished 27.
28 now. 28.
No, we'll be going to 28.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, that notwithstanding the provisions of Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through the consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
I second the motion.
All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 29, the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
I think I have a copy of this. I have a copy of it. Income tax in our home. There are no amendments. So I just rise to tell you that there are no advertisers. Any last? Appropriation. We have COVID-19.
Honourable members at the consideration stage. The schedule.
Sixth schedule of Act 896 amended.
All in favour of the schedule being a part of the bill, say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. The schedule is ordered to stand part of the bill. Now the long title.
An act to amend the sixth schedule to the Income Tax Act, Act 896, to provide for a rebate for selected industrial sectors, suspend quarterly installment payments by specified self-employed persons and owners of commercial vehicles, and for related matters.
All in favour of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021. Item 30. Motion.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 31.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 be read a third time. I so move.
Chairman of the committee.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion say aye. Say no. The ayes have it. Motion.
An act to amend the sixth schedule to the Income Tax Act 2015, Act 896, to provide for a rebate for selected industrial sectors, suspend quarterly installment payments by specified self-employed persons and owners of commercial vehicles, and for related matters.
The Income Tax Amendment Bill 2021 is now read the third time and passed.
Financial sector.
Item number 32.
Mr. Speaker,
I think we've done that. Energy sector.
Item 14. 14.
14. Yes. Item number 14.
Speaker, I beg to move that, notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which the notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 15.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may now be read a second time. The Speaker, government, as we all do know, began reforms in the banking sector from August 2017 to December 2018 with the object of cleaning up the financial sector, building resilience and promoting the safety, soundness and stability of the financial system to support economic growth agenda of Ghana. Mr. Speaker, this was informed by the asset quality review exercise of the Bank of Ghana carried out in 2015 and 2016 on universal banks, which revealed that some local banks had challenges in respect of inadequate capital, high levels of non-performing loans, and weak corporate governance systems. Mr. Speaker, it is for this reason to stabilize the system and clean up the financial sector that government instituted policies to clean up the system and ensure financial stability going forward for the country. Speaker, this indeed is at the heart of the introduction of the financial sector recovery levy, which the government seeks to introduce. Speaker, accordingly, I beg to move for and approval of this bill as so submitted, Speaker.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to speak to the motion. I request to take the entire content, the Handel Department to capture the entire content of the report and would move straight to the recommendations and conclusions. The committee recommends the House to adopt this report and pass the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 into law, subject to the amendments proposed in accordance with the relevant constitutional provisions and our standing orders. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Dato.
Yes. Mr. Speaker, I have a major worry with this particular tax. Mr. Speaker, I say this because the financial sector is a sector that attracts investment, very competitive investment across the globe. Investors will certainly be looking at where their money will yield enough returns before they invest in that sector. Mr. Speaker, in Ghana, we have 25% corporate income tax across board. Apart from that, we have imposed a tax of 5% called the National Fiscal Stabilization Levy, making it 30%. There you go again, Mr. Speaker. In the same Ghana, we are now imposing another 5% tax called the Financial Sector Recovery Levy, moving the tax on the financial sector from 25% to now 35%. Mr. Speaker, making it one of the largest sectors, one of the sectors that exists. Mr. Speaker, now financial sector is now competing with the extraction industry, particularly mining, that pays 35%. So apart from mining, another sector that attracts 35% tax is the financial sector. Speaker, I think that that singular tax of increasing the financial sector obligation, tax obligation, from 25 to 35% has a chance of distorting investment decisions going forward. Mr. Speaker, Ghana competes with investment with Ivory Coast with similar economic indicators. Mr. Speaker, and with Ivory Coast, a country that more or less is very similar to us, do not have financial sector tax amounting to 35% of their profit after tax. And so, Mr. Speaker, my worry is the fact that the government should tread cautiously, because we need a financial sector that is adequately capitalized, a financial sector that can support the growth of the and not a sector that is undercapitalized because of lack of investment as a result of government decision to tax the sector. I do not think that is the way to go. Yes, Mr. Speaker, government has incurred some costs because of government decision to close down certain banks. That is government decision. That does not necessarily mean that government should consider the imposition of tax as an option of taking money from them. Mr. Speaker, that becomes a Robin Hood tax. And I do not believe that we, members of this House, particularly want to be part of that tax. Mr. Speaker, I want to say that government should be minded that investors are not Father Christmas. Investors are in to make maximum profit. And so investment can be driven away if the climate is not good enough. Mr. Speaker, I will urge the Ministry of Finance to reconsider the imposition of this tax, because its impact on the economy can be very severe than the very revenue that they seek to get. Mr. Speaker, we need a financial sector that is robust enough. I do not see the strength of our banks to be able to support one major big multinational company. We do not have the strength. So now that you are helping the banks to grow, we don't just go out there and impose taxes. Mr. Speaker, that will create a dead weight cost. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we should be very careful. So I'm only cautioning government that we should be very, very careful in the trade that we have decided, in the area that we've decided to go, because it will be very, very bad for the economy. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Stephen Amor.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, my minority brother, throughout his statement, concentrated on the issue of investor interest. And it's quite surprising, because in the first place, Mr. Speaker, investors' interest is not just about the tax component. We have a number of factors that they will consider. So I think we need to check all these factors. But if we were to only concentrate, Mr. Speaker, on taxes, under the previous regime, His Excellency John Dramani Mahama, former president, when my minority brother was the then Deputy Finance Minister, they imposed 10 different taxes on us. And I want to quote what the president then said, that the taxes were necessary simply because they needed that to manage their fiscal balance. Mr. Speaker, I would like to find out the difference between the purposes for which they increase those taxes and what we are doing today. Under His Excellency Nana Addo Dankwa Akufo-Addo, Ayebiafo, he rather either reduced or entirely scrapped 15 different tax components. In fact, some of them were those they had imposed. Aside that, the PFM Act 2016, Act 921, Section 18, time and time again, I've been making this statement on the floor, that it tells us to even suspend rules and policies. So our brothers should understand the fact that we are not even in normal times and that there's an outlier situation. So what I'm trying to say is that the time in which we are adoption of expansionary fiscal policies that they have been talking about because we are capitalists. It is a strategic drift to adopt that. But what we are doing today is to create opportunity for a mixture of the two, in which small proportion of contractionary fiscal policies will be adopted to actually take care of the inevitable needs that we are supposed to perform as obligation in the short term. Mr. Speaker, I'll end by saying that they have not been able to provide any alternative funding source. And for that matter, we need to accept this policy as the best so far. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes,
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to contribute to the debate regarding the imposition of the financial sector recovery levy bill. Mr. Speaker, this bill intends to impose a 5% levy on financial sector players, particularly. Mr. Speaker, the tax is expected to be imposed before net profit and before taxes. But, Mr. Speaker, even what is more intriguing is the fact that this levy is seen as a final tax and is not allowed to be deducted in the of the income tax of these companies. Mr. Speaker, what this technically means is that the government intends to collect these levies even before the companies declare profit. So if you take this 5% before the company declare their net profit, what it technically means is that if there are expenses after that, which will lead that financial institution to make a loss, you would have already taxed a company that is making a loss. And so I cannot imagine any levy that contemplates the possibility of taxing a loss-making bank. And that is the impact of what has been presented before us. How do we take the step to ensure that for those financial institutions or banks who, after having deducted this levy and having them also deducted all additional expenses they incurred in running their business, when that leads them into a loss, they don't suffer double jeopardy? Because no tax laws in this world tax somebody who makes a loss. And yet this one has the potential of taxing a financial institution that makes a loss. This is a very bad law, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the other challenge is that we are intending to impose a major burden on the financial sector without giving the banks and the stakeholders the opportunity to make input into the development of this bill into an act. The people who are speaking for the industry player is the Bank of Ghana and the Ministry of Finance, who are imposing the tax in the first place. So are we being fair to industry players by sitting here and imposing a burden on them without giving them the opportunity to input into this bill? And that is a major injustice to the industry players who have already suffered a lot. But, Mr. Speaker, we are told that the government spent 21 billion Ghana cedis in the banking sector cleanup. 21 billion, and we're expecting to get about 219 million a year from this. Mr. Speaker, at this rate, it will take 105 years to get 21 billion. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not to recover 21 billion. This is just an excuse to get money to fix their mess. Otherwise, how do you recover 21 billion at a rate of 290 million? That will take you 105 years. Mr. Speaker, none of us will be alive. And that is exactly what we are doing. And pretending that we want to recover 21 billion. Mr. Speaker, this is a Trojan horse. It won't recover any 21 billion. But, Mr. Speaker, as a house, if we have spent 21 billion as a government, shouldn't we be interested in analyzing whether this 21 billion was judiciously used and applied or not? How come we are giving a blanket check to recover 21 billion that we have not assessed whether the money was properly used? And Mr. Speaker, we are not talking 21 million. We are talking 21 billion of the taxpayers' money. And there are very serious issues regarding how that money was used. And Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad that we have missed a unique opportunity to call the Bank of Ghana to account for 21 billion that most people feel was unjustly used. And we are asking to tax the Ghanaian businessman who could actually be running at a loss under COVID to pay taxes out of losses. Mr. Speaker, this is a very bad law. And I want to implore all members of this House to throw this out immediately and begin the process of rebuilding our financial sector and give justice to the financial sector players to make an input into this, because we cannot set a precedent of taxing losses of businesses that are struggling under COVID. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I want to call all my colleagues that anybody who tells you this is a profit tax that will not be passed on to the consumer simply does not know how a business runs to make a profit. If I am going to make a loss after taking this levy, I consumer to collect it back, because I cannot pay taxes on losses. And Mr. Speaker, we cannot be encouraging that in the era of COVID-19. So I want to employ my colleagues on the other side to be bold enough to tell the government that this is a bad law and must be put somewhere, so that we are given an opportunity to reconsider the steps we will take, because the 21 billion under this condition will take 105 years to recover. You and I will not be here on this earth. So this is a lie. It is not to recover the money. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The very foundation of all the points that Honorable Adongo made was an error. The suggestion that this is some kind of full turnover tax, and that if you were a loss-making tax-paying company, somehow you could still be paying this tax. It's a complete error. And I think as a member of the committee who listened to the explanation by the Bank of Ghana, once you have your turnover, Mr. Speaker, you take off all the other expenses that ought to be taken before tax is applied. And that it is after all those deductions that this tax would incident on your profit just before tax. This explanation was clearly given. Therefore, for a member of the committee to mislead the House like this, that is some turnover, and that loss-making companies will be paying this tax, is unfortunate, completely unfortunate. Once Mr. Speaker, you clear this error on the way, almost all the points that my good friend raised would collapse. But it is important, Mr. Speaker, that I point out that the utilization of the 21.5 that government says has so far been put into the financial sector cleanup was explained at the committee meeting. In fact, the question was put by Honorable Adongo, and the answer was provided to the satisfaction of the committee. We further required the Bank of Ghana, working with the means, to give us a written breakdown. Therefore, to come here again and to urge the House to take a decision against such an important intervention by government on the basis that we don't know how the money has been used is completely unhelpful. It is mischievous, and I think we should not accommodate this kind of attitude. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Leader.
Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion that the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 be read the second time. And Mr. Speaker, in doing so, to refer you to your committee's report, page 6, in particular paragraph 6.2, cost of And it reads, the committee noted that government's intervention to provide bailout for depositors and investors of the affected financial institutions has come at a huge cost of 21 billion Ghana cedis to government. Mr. Speaker, we are very doubtful of this number, and we are demanding a holistic breakdown of this from the Minister of Finance and from the Bank of Ghana. We want to have a clear understanding how much it costs the taxpayer to undertake this activity. To just say 21 billion, how much of it was used for purposes of recapitalization, we need to know. How much of it was used to pay depositors, we need to know. Because, Mr. Speaker, as we speak, the receiver has informed depositors that he is not able to pay them because government is not making enough money available to him. I'm talking in respect of who are savings and loans company. I've read an official correspondence from him that government is not making enough available money for him, the receiver, to pay depositors. We need to know how much do we owe in respect of those affected by savings and loans. Whether this 21 billion is an understatement or not, we need a breakdown to understand what the Ministry of Finance spent this 21 billion Ghana cedis on. So, Mr. Speaker, the Acting Minister for Finance, you have work to do. Yes, clean up was compelling, but be transparent with how much you have spent as money. When initially banks were asking for 400, 500 million Ghana cedis for purposes of recapitalization, they were denied the opportunity. Yet you turn around and spend 21 billion. Couldn't it have been the case that some of them could have been saved in order to save jobs and even save the depositors their money? Mr. Speaker, my other concern has been addressed, and that is in page 7. And I expected that the chairman of the committee, that would have been his response. The levy is payable in respect of profit before tax. Profit before tax. So you delete, when we get there, we'll look at it. Because the argument is that let it be on net profit. But, Mr. Speaker, our fundamental problem with this is that have the stakeholders in the banking sector, have they been consulted adequate enough on this process and on this bill? Because we seem to be, and that cannot be the intention of a tax regime. We all read the principles of taxation. The banks that fared well are the banks you are asking money for banks that fail to fare well. How fair is that? And whether the banking sector have been involved and consulted adequately enough. Could the percentage have been 3% instead of the 5%? And what will the yield be? So, Mr. Speaker, we demand full particulars of the claim by government that it spent 21 billion on the clean up. Mr. Speaker, as you are also aware, the consequence of liquidation is sale of assets. How much has government realized from the sale of assets of these financial institutions? We need to know. We need to know. Sale of assets. What has happened? It is not as if the banks just got bankrupt overnight and that liquidation and sale of their assets, we need to account for it. So, Mr. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to contribute to it. And I strongly think that the banking sector was not consulted enough on the matter, and it should be on net profit and not on gross profit. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is, all in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. ayes have it. The motion is carried.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Financial Sector Recovery Levy on banks to raise revenue to support the financial sector reforms and provide for related matters.
The Financial Sector Recovery Levy is now read the second time. Item 16.
The Speaker, I beg to that notwithstanding Standing Order 1281, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration taken, and at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the procedural motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 17, Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 at the consideration stage.
Because I know advertisers, we're saying if you are safe, 1, 2, 3 new.
Very well. Chairman, clause 1.
Imposition of levy on profits before tax of a bank.
Amendment proposed.
Mr. Speaker, there were no amendments.
Your report, look at number 7, amendment proposed. Page 7, item I, amendment proposed.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker. I was misled by the other paper. Mr. Speaker, clause 1, amendment proposed. Line 1, at end, delete profit and insert profit. The first profit is with the S, and insert profit singular.
Honourable members in favour of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item II. Sorry. Only wait. Honourable members, clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. All in favour say aye.
Aye.
All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Item II, clause 4.
Clause 4, amendment proposed. Sub-clause 1.
Honourable member, hold on. Let's go to clause 2.
Delete
hold
and
on.
insert the following.
Hold on. Clause 2.
Excellent supply of goods and services.
There's no advertised amendment to clause 2. All in favour of clause 2 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 2 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 3.
Not an allowable deduction.
All in favour of clause 3 being a part of the bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 3 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 4, item II. Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Clause 4, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, delete and insert the following. 1. The levy is payable in respect of profit before tax.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 4 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 4 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 5.
Assessments of levy payable.
There is no advertised amendment to clause 5. All in favor of clause 5 being a part of the bill say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 5 as amended. So clause 5 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 6.
Payment period of levy.
Amendment proposed. Chairman.
Clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, line 1. After on, insert or before.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Amendment is carried. Item IV.
IV, clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 1, paragraph A, delete and insert 31st March.
All in favor of the proposal say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Item B.
Clause 6, amendment proposed. Subclause 2, at the beginning of line 1, insert despite subsection 1, and at the end of line 2, insert or before.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 6, as variously amended, shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 6, as variously amended, is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 7.
Administration of levy.
There is no advertised amendment to clause 7. All in favor of clause 7 being part of the bill say aye. All against say no. Clause 7 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 8.
Collection of levy.
All in favor of clause 8 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 8 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 9.
Payments of levy into consolidated fund.
All in favor of clause 9 being a part of the bill say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 9 is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 10.
Recovery of levy.
Amendment proposed. Chairman. Chairman, amendment proposed. Clause 10.
Clause 10, amendment proposed, line 1, delete collection and insert payment.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now clause 10 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 10 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 11.
Regulations.
Clause 12.
Interpretation.
All in favor of clauses 11 and 12 being part of the bill. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 11 and 12 are ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Financial Sector Recovery Levy on banks to raise revenue to support the financial sector reforms and provide for related matters.
All in favor of the long title being a part of the bill, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. Yes, Leader.
Speaker, to indulge you and seek your leave. When you were on clause 11 on the regulations, I failed to catch your attention. But just matter of policy, the minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide for the efficient and effective implementation of this act. The Speaker, the way the Bank of Ghana is created by the Constitution and the law, they are not subject to ministerial direction and ministerial control. This is our financial sector. My view will be that in making any instrument, the minister must consult with the Bank of Ghana. That's my view. So clause 11, we have to improve it. The minister may, by legislative instrument, in consultation with the Bank of Ghana, make regulations on this matter. I don't know whether that improves it, and whether, because there are times that when we ask them questions, they say, oh, it's not Ministry of Finance, Bank of Ghana, as if to separate them as distinct autonomous institutions. So I just wanted to hear from Minister what his thoughts are on this.
Yes.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I don't think minority leaders' suggestion is harmful, but to be consistent, that is what we have in all the legislations of the Bank of Ghana, that the minister that will bring the legislation in accordance with the principle that you have just canvassed. The minister would necessarily have to consult. As I indicated, it's not a harmful amendment, and if the House is pleased, the House could adopt it.
Leaders, please consider this. This is a levy. The Bank of Ghana is independent in its supervisory role. But this is money, and it is revenue we are getting. How does the Bank of Ghana come in? This is the minister may, by legislative instrument, make regulations to provide for the efficient and effective implementation of this act. So I'm not here, Honorable Chair.
Mr. Speaker, I'm guided by you. In fact, this is even not a Bank of Ghana initiative. This is tax, except that the taxpayers are regulated by the Bank of Ghana.
Very well. Honourable members, that brings us to the end of the consideration of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021. Item number 19. No, sorry, 18, motion, yes. Where is the minister responsible for? Leader, yes, would you get another minister to move the motion on behalf of the minister responsible for finance? Yes.
Mr. Speaker, 2018. Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be moved today. Speaker, I so move.
Yes.
I second the motion.
Honourable members, this is a procedural motion. All in favor of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 19. COVID-19.
Speaker, I beg to move that the Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be read the third time today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes. Chairman. Chairman, who is seconding the motion?
I second the motion.
Honourable members, the motion for third reading has been moved and seconded. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the Financial Sector Recovery Levy on banks to raise revenue to support the financial sector reforms and provide for related matters.
The Financial Sector Recovery Levy Bill 2021 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, what next?
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved. The motion for the second reading of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Members, this is the procedural motion. All in favour of the motion say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Motion number 39.
Right, Mr. Speaker. I would move that COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 20 be now read a second time. No move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. And in the process, I would like to present the committee's report. The committee determined that it was an urgent bill and had to be treated in accordance with the Constitution and outstanding orders. The object of the bill is to introduce a COVID-19 health recovery levy on the supply of goods and services in the country and imports of goods and services to the country to raise revenue to support COVID-19 expenditures and for related matters. The bill contains 7 clauses. Mr. Speaker, I urge the Hansard Department to capture the full contents of the bill so I may go to the conclusion. After careful consideration, the committee is of the view, Mr. Speaker, that the bill is in the right direction as it will enable government to continue to provide the vital interventions and relief packages to address the impact of COVID-19 pandemic on businesses and households. The committee, therefore, by majority decision, recommends to the House to adopt its report and pass the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 in accordance with the 1992 Constitution and the standing orders of the House. And Mr. Speaker, if I may add, we had to take division on this particular matter, and all 12 members of the committee belonging to the NDC voted against the decision. but all 13 members, myself included, Mr. Speaker, voted, and it is the reason we have majority decision. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
In that case, Mr. Chairman, I think item number 5.5, that is the heading of your should be amended. It says inability to reach a decision, but you did reach a decision by a majority. So that is not a true reflection of the report you have given. So I suggest you change that to read decision by majority.
You're right. That's correct, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Ranking Member.
Mr. Speaker, I rise to oppose the motion that was moved by the Honorable Minister responsible for Finance. Mr. Speaker, this very tax is a regressive tax. Mr. Speaker, regressive tax in the sense that the structure and design of value-added tax seeks to take more from the poor than the rich. Mr. Speaker, in the middle of a pandemic where businesses are struggling, households, mainly individuals, have lost their jobs, and people, citizens are complaining of joblessness. Others are complaining of reduced sales. Some are complaining because, Mr. Speaker, their take-home pay is not enough. This government, Mr. Speaker, as insensitive as they are, has introduced a tax in the middle of pandemic that seeks to reduce the take-home pay of an ordinary Ghanaian, the disposable income of the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this. Mr. Speaker, we cannot accept this. Mr. Speaker, it is important for us. This tax will increase the prices of goods and services. Mr. Speaker, this singular tax will increase import taxes. Mr. Speaker, it will increase the prices of goods and services for almost everything. Mr. Speaker, that is why we, the members of the minority, this side of the House, opposes this tax. We opposes this tax. This tax is wrongly timed, very wrongly timed, because, Mr. Speaker, in the middle of pandemic, no one introduced taxes. At the time that countries have introduced stimulus packages to support businesses and households, when you come to Ghana, you have imposed a tax that seeks to take money from the poor. Mr. Speaker, we won't accept this. We won't accept this, and we will vote against this en bloc. We will vote against this en bloc because the people of Ghana deserve better than this. We deserve better than this. But, Mr. Speaker, the worst of all, Mr. Speaker, we are in this House. Our Minister of Finance had appeared before us. He has asked us for a mandate to spend 1.2 billion Ghana cedis for COVID-related expenditure, COVID-19-related expenditure. In the end, Mr. Speaker, we never knew of CAP 2. We never knew of Plan 1 and Plan 2. Yet, the Minister went ahead and spent 8.1 billion Ghana cedis for COVID-19. 8.1 billion. Mr. Speaker, and they are telling us that we should support them to approve additional tax that seeks to take money from the ordinary Ghanaian for the purposes of spending on COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, we demand accountability on COVID-19. We demand accountability on COVID-19. Mr. Speaker, this is particularly important because, Mr. Speaker, the COVID-19 expenditure is everywhere. It's everywhere. Every ministry, without accountability, Mr. Speaker. So until this government accounts for the money that is expended so far on COVID-19, Mr. Speaker, we can never be part of a tax policy that seeks to take money from the ordinary Ghanaian to a government that spends the money and fails to account for it. Mr. Speaker, and so I urge the minister responsible for finance to suspend this tax policy, one, and two, come and account for COVID-19 expenditures first. Yes. First, get us all satisfied, and then tell us that you are imposing an additional tax. Yes. Until that time, Mr. Speaker, all of us from the minority side will not support this tax policy. Yes. We will not support this tax policy. Yes. Mr. Speaker, because this tax policy, one, is wrongly timed. Two, Mr. Speaker, at the time that countries are giving stimulus, the insensitive NPP government is taxing the ordinary Ghanaian. Taxing the ordinary Ghanaian. Mr. Speaker, we won't accept this. We won't accept this. So withdraw the tax. Withdraw the tax. The honorable member for Swami, please withdraw this tax. Because this tax has no place during times of war. You are the one who claimed that COVID-19 has devastated our economy to the extent that people have lost their jobs. Businesses are collapsing. There's serious joblessness. People are finding it difficult to pay rent. Others are struggling to survive, even to buy 3 square meals. Yet you want to tax us. Mr. Speaker, in today's Ghana, ordinary Ghanaian is suffering. Yeah. Teachers are suffering. Yeah. Everybody is suffering in this economy. We are suffering, Mr. Speaker. This has no place here. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I call on our colleagues to join us in rejecting this tax because it is a bad tax. It is a bad tax. Mr. Speaker, all the key government workers, nurses, teachers, police officers, Speaker of Parliament, everybody, members of Parliament, we are all suffering. We are all suffering. Mr. Speaker, I'm sure you are also suffering. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, we should reject this tax. Yes. We should reject this tax. Mr. Speaker, I end my submission. I end my submission by saying that, Mr. Speaker, the people of Ghana, they are watching us. Ghanaians are watching us. This is the time that all of us as members of Parliament must stay together and give them some reliefs and give them some stimulus to support them and not to be seen as members of Parliament, representative of state, imposing taxes and increasing their hardships. This is not the time. This is not the time. Mr. Speaker, posterity will judge all of us if we vote in favor of this. This is a bad tax and it should be rejected. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable Minister for Health.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the world continues to be wonderful. This world we live in continues to be very wonderful. And this is not the time I expected that some of my colleagues want to reject this type of contribution government is seeking from all of us in the country to support us fight a battle unprecedented in the annals of history in the world. Mr. Speaker, he is saying that we have spent 8 billion and now he's asking for stimulus to be paid. Where do we find the money to do that? You yourselves are talking about borrowing to the extent that we have gone beyond 70% of where we should borrow up to.
How do you want us to buy vaccines to vaccinate you and me and everybody in this country? Mr. Speaker, we know what to use tax money for. And we are talking, and you are shouting, you will not accept, you will not accept it. Mr. Speaker, when we are taxing on profits of corporates, you say no. When we are taxing on profits of corporates, you say no, you allow. When we are taxing on personal incomes, you say no, you allow. When we are seeking for levies and on goods and services that we procure to fight a genuine war, you say no. Mr. Speaker, in the middle of a pandemic, you don't expect that we should levy people. When we are fighting, you want us to come and account for you before you look for money to continue to fight the war. Who said that we are not going to account for what we have spent on COVID? Mr. Speaker, this is an issue we should all soberly reflect upon. Last year, the finance minister had cause to come here to plead with Parliament to allow us to suspend the Fiscal Responsibility Act. Said that we could overspend our budget deficit that has been capped in law because of COVID. The battle is not over, Mr. Speaker. But for how long can we continue to overspending? We hit a provisional net budget deficit, negative 12%. You were talking about it. Now you want us to go 20% for you to lambast government for running the economy badly? Is that what you want us to do? And you are talking about poor people. Mr. Speaker, if you look at the reports, there are exemptions to this regime. The levy we are going to take from Ghanaians. We are singling out certain items that are very much consumed by the poor, so that the poor will not suffer just like those of us who can pay. Mr. Speaker, let me tell you something. You are talking about Ghanaians who are poor, cannot pay. Listen very well. Last week or two, National Security intercepted some Ghanaians, some of our staff workers, health workers, who have picked some of the buses, and they were selling these buses. And some of us, the Ghanaians, were ready to pay 200 Ghana cedis for a single jab of AstraZeneca vaccine. 200 Ghana cedis. You think that Ghanaians should not be happier if we could levy to buy vaccines to cover everybody in this country so that we take ourselves away from the COVID battle? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you, our president has said that what he doesn't know to do is to bring back light, but he knows how to bring back the economy. This is exactly what he's doing to try to bring back the economy that is getting very bad. We are talking about businesses that are collapsing. We are talking about investments that profits should go to so that banks can expand. We are talking about good things. How do we do it? Mr. Speaker, there is no pain without pain. And I quote, there is no pain without pain. You want to have everything good, but you don't want to pay for it. Mr. Speaker, we are not charging market prices. Neither are we charging market values for some of the things that we are doing. We are only seeking Ghanaians to contribute their little quota to help us fight the battle war, the COVID war. And you are saying no. The poor are suffering, they are dying. The rich are suffering, we are dying. And then you are saying that you don't want these things to happen. If this is from this chief, what else can this be? Let us reflect on this matter soberly. Tell you how much we have spent on Nabu Atukwasi, my own colleague. He knows this. In COVID. You'll be amazed. So we need to ask Ghanaians to help us fight the battle. You know the truth. Now, when we brought the vaccine center here in Parliament and said everybody should go for free, we all rushed to go to take the vaccines. You don't want the poor people in the villages to take some of the vaccines. How will we bring them into the country? How do we do it? And we're even fighting for these vaccines for our wives and our children and our relatives, our drivers and everybody. What about poor people over the country? Shouldn't they take it? You are taking it for free.
and pay money so that we can also vaccinate some other people who are Ghana city for it. You say no.
Tell them.
You say no. Mr. Speaker.
Asking now from $6 to $26 currently. Hey, so you need to sit down.
Mr. Speaker, I believe very much that the finance minister is on good track to try to see how we can salvage the economy. We cannot continue overspending and budget deficits up to what level?
Hold on, let me listen to
we know the implications
Hold
of
on.
taxes. This is the cost on people.
Honourable Minister, can you hold on?
But this tax is very...
I'm asking you to hold on. Yes, can I hear your point of order?
Thank you, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, the Honourable Minister for Health is imputing improper motives to the decision by members on this side to call for accountability by suggesting that it is only born out of mischief for one to call for accountability. Mr. Speaker, by our standing orders, I think that is impugning improper motives to members for a mere call for accountability. I don't think it is born out of mischief. It is born out of the oversight that is required of us as members of Parliament. And so I will wish that he is called upon to withdraw and up for impugning improper motives. I thank you.
Honourable Minister, did you say it was born out of mischief?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well.
Mr.
Can you withdraw reference to mischief and continue?
What did I say?
Mr.
Mr. Speaker.
What did you say to withdraw?
Mr. Speaker.
Don't withdraw anything.
What is it to withdraw?
You have taken it for free. You don't want it for anybody.
Mr. Speaker.
You said Parliament. You didn't say them. All of us.
Mr. Speaker.
And you are fighting for your
All
family.
I'm trying to say is the fact that there are still expenditures we have to make towards the battle.
Withdraw it.
And what we have spent already
Withdraw it.
is that huge. And therefore, I'm urging my colleagues to have the finance minister raise the necessary funding for us to continue our battle. Mr. Speaker, the good news is the fact that...
make it easier for me. Withdraw reference to mischief and proceed, please.
Withdraw it. Mr. Speaker, what should I withdraw? What have I said wrong? What should I withdraw? What have I said wrong? No, I don't know what I should withdraw.
I thought I asked you and you said
guidance.
yes. You used mischief. Or didn't I hear you right? I'm suggesting that if you used mischief,
Mr. Speaker, I did not make a statement. I asked a question. That if this is not mischief, what else can it be? What should I withdraw now? And I was saying,
Honourable Minister, frankly, there's so much noise here, I hardly hear some of the things that are said. So when you raised the objection, I asked you. So I based my ruling on what you said. So please, mischief is against our rules. Withdraw and proceed.
It is not a good thing.
Mr. Speaker,
Substitute is not a good thing.
I will take your guidance and withdraw that question that I asked my colleagues,
And substitute.
so I can continue.
Please proceed.
What I want to try to say is the fact that when we are trying to raise adequate resources to continue to fight the battle the way we have fought it so far, and my colleague Atufosin stands up and speaks on behalf of my friend side of the divide, continuously say we reject it, we will not accept it, we will not do this. Mr. Speaker, what is the implication of that? Mr. Speaker, let me tell you the good news is the fact that
Yes, we have spent money.
You still have a repeated
But the whole world, when the play told us an assessment last month, the two countries that got its right for COVID battle is Ghana and South Korea. What else again do we do? Now we are faced with another activity which has a very massive cost implication. Vaccines are nowhere to be found in the world now. There are several middlemen who are peddling that they can sell vaccines. Overnight, prices are skyrocketing. And AstraZeneca, that was sent to us by COVAX, at the time it was $4 per dose. Now people are quoting $26. You cannot get it anywhere even to buy. So if we sit and think that our budgetary estimates and our revenues in the budget alone, without any contribution from society, how do we fight the battle to get our people free from this, how do I call it, pandemic? Mr. Speaker, we are on a good course. We are fighting a good battle, and this is not about any one of us in the chamber should try to take us off the course that we are treading. We shouldn't be divided. When COVID came, Mr. Speaker, I must appreciate my colleagues on the opposite side of the political divide. They have supported government in all the things that we have done. Finance Minister came here, asked for the fiscal responsibility to be suspended. My colleagues accepted that. Where we are now is a critical situation we need to continue to fight the battle with. And if you don't bring in extra resources, what else can we do? Mr. Speaker, COVID is when we are spending money soon. Our roads have gone bad. Our schools, all the monies are going. When schools reopened just last term, we had to procure COVID-related commodities for all the schools, close to 1.1 billion Ghana cedi. How do we pay for all these things? Mr. Speaker, on this note, Mr. Speaker, I want to urge all my colleagues, both sides of the political divide, that let us reflect soberly on this matter and let us continue to push the finance minister to use this levy to build resources for us to fight the battle. And thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Right Honourable Speaker. Right Honourable Speaker, it is very clear that our side of the House will do anything humanly possible to support this government to succeed. But unfortunately, I have sat in this chamber this evening, and all I have been doing all evening is impose one tax after the other on the very poor people. Mr. Speaker, it is on this basis that I reject in entirety any additional imposition of tax, whether you call it a COVID tax or whatever name you call it. Mr. Speaker, only a few months ago, we said that our economy was in the right group of people's hands, and it is the reason they could give free water. And it was the reason they could give free electricity. Mr. Speaker, I did not know that under this government, when they say something is free, it is post-paid. Today, we now know that when Nanado tells you something is free, remember it's post-paid. Mr. Speaker, we gave people 1.2 billion, and we are taking 1.4 billion for 4 years at 5.6 billion. Mr. Speaker, that is extortion. Mr. Speaker, these people did not ask you to give them free water. But even what is worse is that some of the people who will be paying taxes are those who are drinking from boreholes in the villages. There are people who are sleeping with lanterns. They didn't get free electricity. Mr. Speaker, these people, when they go with their meager income to buy a tin of milk, they will be taxed to pay for COVID. Mr. Speaker, how can a burden share now become the burden of the poor to shoulder the entire burden of COVID? We are asking the poor now to shoulder the entire cost of COVID. The very people who are sitting at home and don't have jobs, the very people whose businesses have disappeared, the very people who withdrew all their capital to survive under lockdown. Mr. Speaker, the very people who don't even know when the next meal is going to come, they are the ones who, this is a burden kill. And we will not support you to kill the poor. Mr. Speaker, I feel very sad that we are sitting in this house at a time when the poor rather requires relief. We are deciding to impose tax upon tax. And my group, my friends on the other side, keep begging us to impose more taxes. We are tired of imposing more taxes. I beg, just ignore this one and take the rest we have already imposed. That is enough to break their back. We cannot add any more burdens. Mr. Speaker, in an era of COVID, if we agree that the one who is badly hit, better managers of economies find innovative ways to take more from the rich to finance the development of the poor. I have never seen economic principle that rather takes from the poor to finance for the rich. And this is what we are doing here. And we are being called upon to support a government to keep breaking the back of the poor. Mr. Speaker, we cannot support this. There are about that we have imposed. Almost all the taxes are regressive taxes. Why? Did they vote for us to kill them? Did they vote for us to give them a second pandemic? That COVID is not enough, but Akufo-Addo should now be the second pandemic. Mr. Speaker, we cannot support a second pandemic. Let them live with their COVID. If you cannot assist them to survive, don't kill them. As Anjufo said, when you be there, if you can't get anything for your mother-in-law for Easter, I beg you, don't tell her she's a thief. And I want to say, Mr. Speaker, that we are against any effort to impose another tax, whether you call it a COVID tax. And it is so strange that when we ask for accountability, they say it is mischief. Then what work are we doing here? Mr. Speaker, I call on my colleagues on the other side, who believe in the poor and represent the poor in their various constituencies, to rise up and be on the side of the poor, to rise up and support the poor. And I'm asking you to be bold. This is the time to be bold and speak for the poor. Mr. Speaker, let's stand on the right side of history. And the right side of history is not that at the time when COVID came and all countries were supporting the poor, we were oppressing the poor. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I oppose the imposition of the COVID levy. Thank you very much.
Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker. I rise to. Put yours down. Yeah, Mr. Speaker.
Mutalawa is Ahmad. Mutalawa is Ahmad.
Honorable members.
Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members. Can everybody resume his seat apart from the honorable member for Fijasi?
Yeah, Mr. Speaker. I rise to support the motion, and in doing so, yeah, Mr. Speaker, I would want us to avert our mind to the fact that the government is absolutely pro-poor. It is pro-poor in the sense that whatever measures it has taken for the past year under COVID, socially inclined. And sometimes you want to wonder what is the economic powers that support this thinking. Mr. Speaker, I'm wondering why we would want to play politics with a measure that is temporary, that is subject to review in 2024. Mr. Speaker, the objective clearly spelled out. Infrastructure, which is going to help in building of more hospitals. Vaccines. The cost of vaccines was around $5. Currently, because of high demand, Mr. Speaker, we are around $20. Mr. Speaker, we don't need to checkmate this government. A government that is actually, since December, bringing active cases of COVID down from about 7,000 or 9,000 to about 2,000 now. It's a performing government. It needs money to get the poor safer. and we cannot checkmate them. We need to support the government. We need to be rational. This tax is rational. It is going absolutely to give free vaccines. A vaccine that cost in January $5 is about $20 now. So where are you going to get the money from? Mr. Speaker, if you go to UK now, because of the active vaccination program, the cases are going down. And therefore, there is a sense in investing in vaccination. And where is the money going to come from? Where would the money come from? Mr. Speaker, it is not as if Ghana is the only country, an island of a country doing this. In Botswana, they have increased their VAT by 2%. We are not in Botswana, but coronavirus, there is no precedent. So you are working your own experience by virtue of common sense practice. And absolutely, the only way to do that is to recover some money. So, Mr. Speaker, this is not taxing the poor. It is actually making money available for the poor. In a sense that if today we are supposed to pay for persons, you and myself can afford. So the very poor person you are speaking for, they cannot afford. And for that matter, who should provide for them? And that is why I am thinking that on this occasion, we will not play any politics with this tax. A temporary measure review in 2 years. And we are saying that it's not possible. It should not be done. And somebody is boycotting it. The good people of this country would have to know that for that matter, our friends on the other side are not seeking the health interests of Ghanaians. If you don't support this tax, you are not seeking the health interests of Ghanaians. What you are saying is that more infections, more deaths, and then who will go and vote for you? It is as if we only look for power. It is as if we only look for power. MPs and political parties, it's all you need is power. This is the time to give for the poor. And where is the money going to come from? You expect more people to die, and who will vote for you? For some of us, when we were supposed to vaccinate, MPs were bringing their family members. You have the right to espouse to your children. Yes, the state has paid for you. You have been inoculated. Yes. For the ordinary Ghanaian, you are saying no. What are we talking about? And it is not as if the MPP or the majority is saying this. The minority are saying that it is good for MPs or the minority to be inoculated, but for the ordinary Ghanaian, no. That is the meaning of not supporting this tax. And we are going to let Ghanaians know of this. Who will do the press conferences? Who will tell them that you have been vaccinated, but you don't want them to be vaccinated? We will tell the story for them. We will tell the story for them. We will tell the story for them. They have been inoculated with themselves and their families. Yes, they don't want the poor to be inoculated. We will tell your story. We will tell your story. Mr. Speaker, may I know which member of parliament came here for the vaccine and paid for it? Which family member of yours paid for it? Which member of yours paid for it? Is it not the taxpayers' money? Where did the tax come from? Where did the tax come from? Mr. Speaker, I have a lot of poor people in the Fidasia Safari. Bafredu, Akukwaso. All they need is free vaccination, just like other side had. They just want equality. They want equity. You have had yours, and you want to deny the ordinary Ghanaian of this. Mr. Speaker, at this point, I will have to complete my contribution. But I want to say that what is good for the goose is equally good for the Ghana. What is good for the MP is also good for the ordinary Ghanaian. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Honorable Leader.
Mr. Speaker, let me thank you for the opportunity to contribute to the motion. Mr. Speaker, and to reiterate much more strongly the voice of the Honorable Atuforsen, ranking member for Finance, that we, the NDC caucus on this side, we don't appreciate the imposition of this COVID-19 health recovery levy. And we stand united, opposed to its imposition because, Mr. Speaker, there is what you call policy incongruity. We should not even articulate our objection. We have been that we should not demand accountability. Mr. Speaker, the new Patriotic Party government, then in opposition, and those of them who have your party manifesto with you, reference it. It was a campaign based on from taxation to production. At that time, there was no COVID in Ghana. In the period leading up to the 2016 general elections, there was no COVID. But you were convinced as a collective at the time that Ghana needed to move from excessive taxation to production. Today, is it not intriguing that the same new Patriotic Party is now saying back to taxation with the imposition of these taxes? So, Honorable Minister for Health, the policy contradictions. Now you have COVID, and you think that the best way to recover from COVID is to impose a COVID-19 health recovery levy. And Mr. Speaker, let me refer you to your committee report, in particular, paragraph 5.1, but for purposes of my debate, paragraph 5.4, our members on the Finance Committee did not hesitate in registering their opposition because any tax added is inelastic and therefore regressive. It does not distinguish between the burden of the tax on the rich and the poor, and therefore we all carry the burden of the consequence of the taxation. Mr. Speaker, so because of the regressive nature of the tax, if you come to page 5, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, the minority members express a view that government has not accounted for the over 8 billion that is spent in the name of COVID. In a democracy, what is wrong, Mr. Speaker, if we so ask as we are asking, that account to us of the 8 billion, how much went to stimulus, to stimulate businesses, and to support the private sector to protect their jobs and to create or protect additional jobs? How much of this 8 billion was spent on expanding health infrastructure? How much of it was spent on oxygen when we had shortages of oxygen in many parts of the country? How much of it was spent on people, including nose masks? In the budget hearing, we have come across very interesting numbers for PPEs. Every ministry acquired it at its own price, different price, no uniformity, the same PPE. And in some instances, different prices for different PPEs. So we are simply asking for accountability of the 8 billion. How did you spend it? How much went for stimulus? And we cannot ask that as representatives of the people. We cannot ask the Minister for Health on the floor of Parliament. You have accounting and management background. I don't. We did not suspend the Fiscal Responsibility Act to inspire irresponsibility in terms of spending by government. That was not our. When we said that we're suspending the Fiscal Responsibility Act, it was not to give you a license on a free spending regime. Mr. Speaker, as we speak today, government has exceeded what it ought to get from the Bank of Ghana from 10 billion to 22 billion dollars.
Hold on. Yes, Honorable Minister.
Mr. Speaker, the minority leader is misleading the House, and I want to put certain things in the right perspective.
Can they tell me
Speaker,
what?
Nobody has said that.
Can they tell me what he has said, which is misleading?
Mr. Speaker, he's saying that we are not accounting for the 8 billion we have spent, and he's asking and giving us a template of how these bodies to be accounted for. I'm saying that when it comes to accountability in this country, no COVID exercise, no COVID Act, the Public Health Act is suspended, has never suspended accountability institutions and structures in this country. The Auditor General has a responsibility to audit these expenditures and lay a report to us in Parliament to exercise the oversight responsibility.
Very well.
So why are they asking for accountability when we are fighting about you having completed? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Very well, your point is well. Please continue.
Mr. Speaker, the next time any ministry, department, or agency wants to spend money, it should just submit it to the Auditor General and say that Auditor General conduct an audit. I know there are internal audit structures. We simply are saying that in this report, Mr. Speaker, I'm not a member of the Finance Committee. They capture it in page 5, and Mr. Speaker, I quote, that government has not accounted for the over 8 billion. Signed by chairman of the committee. Chairman, has government accounted for the 8 billion? No. So we are demanding accountability. And I'm saying, for instance, when you say you spend money procuring vaccines, you have 600,000 of some vaccines for free from COVAX. So that cannot be an expenditure. So, Mr. Speaker, it is interesting that this government is drifting away from its policy pursuit of from taxation to production, back to taxation and no production, because this will not stimulate production. That is our argument. And then, Mr. Speaker, when the Honorable Minister for Health took his turn, this is the bill, COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021, with the accompanying memorandum. Nowhere in this bill have we indicated how we intend to spend the 1.4 billion. So probably if you want, you should have made provision here, use of the fund, then state it. Then it becomes part of this legislation. Then I know that this 1.4 billion, this is what government intends to do with it. You can add it to your wholesale consolidated fund. That is what this bill is saying. This bill is not complicated to me. How you intend to use it? Mr. Speaker, today there is COVID. Tomorrow there may not be COVID. Where is the sunset clause? Where is the sunset clause in this? Assuming COVID ends tomorrow, what happens to this? Assuming COVID ends tomorrow, what happens to this? So we simply, Mr. Speaker, we want to register our strong protest and table, we want it recorded, opposed to the imposition of this COVID health recovery levy. As a collective, we stood opposed to this particular tax because we think that it's a regressive tax. It will impose further hardships on the Ghanaian. It makes no distinction between the rich and the poor. It is an anathema to the MPP's own manifesto promise of moving from taxation to production. That is a somersault of policy. When even during COVID times, you are coming with these new taxes. So, Mr. Speaker, let it be registered that we don't support this. There is no convincing argument in the bill as to what government wants to use the 1.4 billion for. We could decide that health infrastructure, 400 million, COVID-19 vaccines, 500 million. Then we know what use you want to put the money. And then further, as I said, Mr. Speaker, the fact that you benefited from the suspension of the Fiscal Responsibility Act does not mean that you should responsibly in terms of not prioritizing government expenditure and controlling government expenditure. I thank you for the opportunity, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I think the issues raised by colleagues, especially those on the other side, give an indication that they want to oppose, or perhaps to indicate that they are unable to support this levy. Mr. Speaker, I believe we are in a very democratic setting. They want it registered in their hands that all of them are against it. So be it. But, Mr. Speaker, what's the purpose of this? In 2020, as we do know, government had to inject millions of cedis into the health sector and undertake social interventions that affected everybody across board to address the COVID-19 pandemic. This included the provision of personal protective equipment, procurement of additional health facilities, motivation of frontline staff, provision of stimulus packages, supportive revenue measures, and provision of free electricity and water to the populace. Mr. Speaker, is it not the case that people, the poor in society, benefited from the provision of free water? Or is it not the case? So how can anybody say that this is against the poor? Mr. Speaker, in 2021, further interventions include, among others, the procurement of vaccines for free distribution to the population and provision of additional health facilities and revenue measures to support the more vulnerable in society. Mr. Speaker, it is difficult. The leader is right to perhaps demand that maybe we need to compartmentalize the revenues, what we are going to commit them to. However, Mr. Speaker, it's difficult. And I don't know of any bill that would suggest to you that the bill will make definitive allotment of allocations. Mr. Speaker, if we had the Minister for Health, when we started, the vaccines at the very outset were sub $4 per vaccine. Today, if you had it, it's in the region of $26, $27 per vaccine. Mr. Speaker, you are going to provide for 20 million people 2 dosages. In other words, 40 million at $26 per vaccine. Assuming the price will remain stable at 26, how much is it? Mr. Speaker, it is free, paid for by the states. Procuring it is going to be purchased by the state. Mr. Speaker, protecting lives and livelihoods is certainly a shared responsibility. We have, every time we're talking about broadening the tax net. What do we mean by that? When we say that the tax net should be broadened, all that we mean is that we should not keep on piling taxes on the rich in society. We should broaden it, means that we should bring into the as many as are eligible to pay taxes. Mr. Speaker, where we are now, and I hear the minority that harp on this point, that we indicate we want to move from taxation to production. Mr. Speaker, we can only move from taxation to production when we inject sufficient stimulus into the economy. How are you able to do that? Mr. Speaker, there are only 3 ways to do that. Either
as an individual or even as a country, you sell your assets, you divest. Are we in a position to divest assets now? And the assets that you divest, would it be enough to cater for our needs? The second route would be to borrow. If you go to borrow, it will provide you temporary convenience. Today, tomorrow. The third route, you have to pay and pay interest. The third route, Mr. Speaker, the third route is to try to organize and indeed raise resources from internal sources. This is what we are trying to do. Let anybody tell us that and borrow to provide convenience for the people, to stimulate the economy. If you do that, you pay tomorrow and the day after tomorrow. So, Mr. Speaker, I really am struggling to understand the opposition. However, it is your democratic right. You can't oppose. I disagree with you. The basis of disagreement, I cannot walk with you on that path. I will grant you your democratic right to oppose or not to support it. Mr. Speaker, we are granting it because we are not throwing chairs at each other. We are granting it as a collective. We have resolved to agree to disagree. So we disagree on this point, but I believe that what government is doing is the best under the circumstances. For which reason, Mr. Speaker, I will implore us to support this. The issue that my colleague again raised about the report, and he alluded to a minority opinion as captured on page 5 of the report. It says the minority members expressed the view that government has not accounted for the over 8 billion that is spent in the name of COVID. That was not the view of the entirety of the committee. It's a minority opinion, which found itself, properly so speaking, expressed in the report. So you cannot say that that's the opinion of the committee. But having said so, Mr. Speaker, I agree. If people say that let us probe into the use of the amount so far expended, I agree. That's the business of Parliament. What I don't like is a budget is being presented to go into the lamentations of Ezekiel. I don't subscribe to that. Let's use our committee systems to trace and track the use of resources. They are the national resources. That's what we should be doing. You don't just wait until we come in to approve the budget and then you raise issues. We are approving the budget today. Tomorrow, let the committees begin to work to trace and track the use of resources allocated to the various sectors. That will give worth to Parliament and to the committees of Parliament. That's the way to go. I thank you very much.
At the conclusion of the debate, the question is all in favor of the motion, say aye. Aye. Against, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy on the supply of goods and services and imports to raise revenue to support COVID-19 expenditures and to provide for related
This House has the COVID-19 Health Recovery Bill 2021 is now read the second time. Item 40.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128 sub 1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage, which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, the procedural motion has been moved and seconded. All in favour say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. COVID-19 Health Recovery Bill 2021 at the consideration stage. Clause 1.
Imposition of levy.
Chairman of the committee, well, there's no advertised amendment to clause 1.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, there's no amendment from the committee.
Are you participating?
Yes, Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, if we look at clause 1(1)(b), if you read it together, that is imposed by this act a COVID-19 health recovery levy on the import of goods or import of services the country other than exempt. It appears to be income.
Sorry, I understand that there's advertised amendment in the addendum order paper. Trying to find it. That is in clause 1. Very well. Yes.
Yeah, Mr. Speaker, clause 1, amendment proposed, subclause 1, paragraph B, line 1, delete the country.
All in favor of the proposed amendment say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The amendment is carried. Now, clause 1 as amended shall stand part of the bill. All in favor say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clause 1 as amended is ordered to stand part of the bill. Clause 2.
Supply of goods and services.
Clause 3.
Zero-rated supply of goods and services.
Clause 4.
Relief from levy.
Clause 5.
Collection and administration of the levy.
Clause 6.
Regulations.
Clause 7.
Interpretation.
Now there is no advertised amendment in clauses 2 through to 7. All in favor of clauses 2 through to 7 being part of the bill, say aye. Aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7 are ordered to stand part of the bill. The long title.
An act to impose a special levy to be known as the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy on the supply of goods and services and imports to raise revenue to support COVID-19 expenditures and to provide for related matters.
All in favor of the long title bill, say aye. All against say no. The ayes have it. The long title is ordered to stand part of the bill. That brings us to the end of consideration of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021. Item number 20 on the addendum order paper. Motion by the Minister. It's on page 9 of the addendum order paper.
Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 1311, which require that when a bill has passed through the consideration stage, the third reading thereof shall not be taken until at least 24 hours have elapsed. The motion for the third reading of the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the procedural motion, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item 21.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the COVID-19 Health Recovery Levy Bill 2021 be now read the third time. I so move.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the motion for third reading, say aye. All against, say no. The ayes have it. The motion is
the
carried.
special levy to be known as the COVID-19 Health
The
Recovery
COVID-19 Health
on the
Recovery
supply of
Levy
goods and services
Bill
and
2021 is now read a third time and passed. Yes, Honourable Majority Leader, what next?
Mr. Speaker, we go to the order paper addendum, page 10.
Sorry?
The order paper addendum, page 10.
Yes, please. Item number?
Item 26.
26, yes. Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 81, which require that no motion shall be debated until at least 48 hours have elapsed between the date on which notice of the motion is given and the date on which the motion is moved, the motion for the second reading of the Appropriations Bill 2021 may be moved today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, Chairman.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Honourable members, all in favour of the procedural motion, say aye. Aye. All against, say no. Ayes have it. The motion is carried. Item number 27.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that the Appropriation Bill 2021 be now read a second time. Mr. Speaker, the Appropriations Bill is designed to provide for the withdrawal of monies necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2021 fiscal year from the consolidated funds and other public funds and for related matters.
Mr. Speaker shall take the chair. Please proceed while this comes.
Mr. Speaker, the work program of government is captured in the budget statement and, of course, is closed in the economic of government. Mr. Speaker, we have been served with
Yes, Majority Leader, you may continue.
The Speaker will be served with a regulars of a work program from government, which we have debated, and indeed we have allocated resources to various sectors. These resources, these allocations, and indeed the work program must be funded with sums of money to be issued from the consolidated fund and other public funds. Mr. Speaker, we're also going to have retained internally generated funds, various ministries, departments, and agencies, and of course, payment of money which will be authorized by the minister responsible for finance. The Speaker, these have been encapsulated in the bill referred to as the Appropriations Bill. And we are here today to interrogate the Appropriations Bill and the Speaker approve of same to enable to begin in earnest the prosecution of government programs and projects for the remaining part of the year, which is why I move this motion. The Speaker, I beg to submit.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, for the opportunity to speak to this motion. And Mr. Speaker, I proceed by submitting the committee's report on the Appropriation Bill 2021. I request the Hansa Department to capture the full content of the report so that I may proceed to paragraph 6, recommendations and conclusions. But before I do so, the Speaker, correction. Paragraph 6, the last but one sentence of that paragraph. First day of January 2020 should be first day, it's in bold, first day of January 2021, and ending on the 31st day of December 2021. So with your permission, Mr. Speaker, our recommendation of the committee. The committee recommends that the sum of money not exceeding 129 billion 32 million 804,201 Ghana cedis be approved and authorized to be issued from the consolidated fund and for withdrawal from other funds for the purposes of financing government operations during the financial year commencing the first day of January 2021 and ending on the 31st day of December 2021. The committee thus recommends the House to pass the Appropriation Bill 2021 into law in accordance with the relevant provisions of our Constitution and standing orders. Respectfully submitted, Mr. Speaker.
Yes, any contribution? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise to second the motion that Appropriations Bill 2021 be passed. Mr. Speaker, in doing so,
I wish to say that, Mr. Speaker, the amount of 129 billion and 32 million that the minister responsible for finance is asking us to approve, being the total appropriation for the year 2021, Mr. Speaker, the summations of all the motions that you have taken on this House, and there's the need for us all to support it. Mr. Speaker, apart from to say that if you are to refer to the budget statement, page 209 of the budget statement, as part of the financing, Mr. Speaker, the Ministry of Finance informed us in page 209 under financing that they will be raising Eurobond for the year 2021. And under the Eurobond, they are going to raise an amount of 24.5 billion Ghana cedis to finance these appropriations. Mr. Speaker, today the ministry has raised some Eurobond. Mr. Speaker, this Eurobond that they raised, they went to the market with the hope that they could raise $5 billion US. $5 billion US. Mr. Speaker, but if you are to look at the financing, page 209 of the budget statement, sovereign bond, 25.4. Mr. Speaker, this amounts to about $4 billion US to finance the budget. Mr. Speaker, the ministry just raised the Eurobond. There is a communication, a public communication out there that they were successful in raising 3 billion Ghana cedis. This means that our appropriations that is before us is dead on arrival. The very appropriations that we are about to approve. So, Speaker, unless the minister responsible for finance tells us how he's going to fund the already financing gap that has been created. Speaker, even before we approve the Eurobond, we approve the Appropriations Act, it has already suffered a financing gap about 6 billion Ghana cedis. Financing gap for about 6 billion Ghana cedis. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, I will await the minister responsible for finance to tell us how he intends to fund this appropriations bill of about 129 billion Ghana cedis before us. Mr. Speaker, apart from that, there's nothing much because we have done a diligent work. We've tidied up, the numbers add up. But my only concern is how to raise the additional 6 billion Ghana cedis to finance government operations. How to raise the additional 6 billion Ghana cedis to finance government operations. Because, the Speaker, the bond has just been issued. Government of Ghana official communication is out. And the government has admitted that they have failed to raise 5 billion. 5 billion. You are not successful. You are unsuccessful in raising. That is for today. It's out. If there's an official government communication out, you haven't seen it. Minister of Finance, you haven't seen it. You brought it down to 3 because the rates were so high. There's official communication out there. The Speaker, we all read. And the information is out there for everybody to see. You were unsuccessful. So tell us you're unsuccessful. But what I want from you is that not only you're unsuccessful, but I want you to tell us how you are going to finance the 129 billion. Because already there's a financing gap of 6 billion. I want information from you, Speaker. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I will start by correcting an erroneous impression created by my brother Arthur Forsen. Mr. Speaker, if you read page 67 of the budget, clause, paragraph 297, government came to this House last year and got approval to raise $3 billion and up to $5 billion. So the impression that government came to ask for $5 billion is not the right statement. Mr. Speaker, your committee has been very diligent in looking at the bill before us. We believe that government has been very prudent and very transparent in reporting to the House on what it intends to do.
Yes, a minute. Yes.
Mr. Speaker, the honorable colleague, the honorable Patrick Boama, is misleading the House. Mr. Speaker, the document before us, 209, Mr. Speaker, and have quoted 2021 budget statement. And in the 2021 budget, Mr. Speaker, you will notice that financing and the Eurobond, government has said in the fiscal table that you are going to raise 24.5 billion Ghana cedis, equivalent from the Eurobond market. This is not what I'm saying. This is here. It's here. So forget about the test. Look at the financing, what you have programmed in your financing. This is what you have programmed, that you will be borrowing 24.5 billion from the bond market. And what you have raised today is equivalent to 18 billion Ghana cedis. So all what I'm asking is, there's 6 billion. Tell me how you are going to fund it. Are you going to go back to the market? Or you are going to do something different? Tell me. That's all. I just want an assurance from you, Mr. Speaker. He cannot impugn wrong motives in what I said. He should make reference to page 209 of the budget statement.
Mr. Speaker,
Honorable Member, continue.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, I cannot forget about the text, but I'm referring to an exact statement in the budget of what government seeks to do approved last year. Mr. Speaker, government wants to be very prudent this year because of the situation in which we find ourselves in. And I believe that the object of this bill, as stated in paragraph 4, of which government is asking for 129 billion Ghana cedis, out of which 80 billion Ghana cedis has been earmarked for other government obligations, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this bill has come at a time that government has performed creditably, especially by devoting over 5 billion for retained internally generated funds for other ministries, departments, and agencies to undertake their obligations. Mr. Speaker, we're seeking to also repeal the Appropriations Act of 2019, Act 1008, and other decisions that this House took. Mr. Speaker, with these few words, I support this motion on its own. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, it is just to provide some answer to Honorable Atufosi in respect of the issue that having programmed 5 billion in our financing, now that we have secured the 3 billion, what are we going to do? Mr. Speaker, Honorable Atufosi well knows that we could have picked the entire 5 billion. The price, we could have repeated the experience of this country in 2016, where we picked Eurobond at a price of 10.75%. We could have done that, but we decided not to do that. We believe that the macroeconomic fundamentals of our country right now should support a better price for our borrowing, and therefore we decided to earn at 3 billion. And look at the weather, under a favorable weather, we will go for a facility to come up to the 5 billion, a facility that would respect the kind of macro economy we have been able to get. I thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Honorable members, I wanted to put a question. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, what the chairman has said, the honorable member is involved in some discussion, and he notes that we were even looking at going beyond the 5 for some very serious considerations. But you watch the weather and see what is good for the country. So certainly we'll come back when the storm has subsided. He should know that. So bringing this to me, Mr. Speaker, was not really anything that we should be litigating. Speaker, I will invite you, as you said, to put the question.
Yes.
Right Honorable Speaker, thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I'm giving me the floor. Mr. Speaker.
Honorable member, that's not your seat. I
want to contribute to the motion on the floor.
Yes, but
because the question has not been put.
Honorable member, you are not at your seat.
Not here. Not here. Mr. Speaker, I am now back to my seat, and thank you very much for the opportunity. Mr. Speaker, I rise to support the motion on the floor. But, Mr. Speaker, I remember in this House, we passed the Capping and Realignment Act. And then there are some agencies that we have imposed the Capping Act on them. But, Mr. Speaker, those agencies, when they appear before the committee, the allocation given to them in 2021 budget, all of them are complaining that with their planned activities, they can use, with their planned activities, Mr. Speaker, the amount of money allocated to them, they can use it to undertake their intended program. And then we were given the assurance at the committee that during the mid-year review, they will look at any other available resources so that they can top up to those agencies. If you look through the budget, the capping proceeds is about 200 million Ghana cedis, Mr. Speaker. If I refer you to the budget, Mr. Speaker, National Health Insurance has been capped an amount of 273 million Ghana cedis. Get Fund, 288 cedis. Road Fund, about 782 million Ghana cedis. So we need an assurance from the minister responsible for finance here. So the Hamza will capture saying that during the media review, those agencies will be catered for. That we are passing the appropriation, the minister is not giving us his words, so we can't hold him responsible for that. So, Honorable Minister, before you hand over the baton to the substantive minister, give us the assurance that those agencies that are complaining that they are underfunding, what are you going to do to them during the media review? So that we'll be clear in our mind that going forward, they can also undertake their planned activity. This is the assurance I want to get from the Minister responsible for Finance, Honorable Chairman Bonsu. So, Mr. Speaker, with these few observations, I think it is in order we need to pass the appropriation so that government can run effectively. I thank you very much for the opportunity.
Honorable members, at the conclusion of the debate, the question is, as many as are in favor of the motion, say aye. As many as are against the motion, say no. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it.
An act to provide for the withdrawal of sums of money necessary to meet government expenditure for the 2021 financial year from the Consolidated Fund and other public funds and for related matters.
Honorable members, Appropriation Bill 2021 is accordingly read a second time. Item 2.8. Is that item 2.8? Yes, Majority Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, on the other paper then.
Page 11. Minister for Finance.
Mr. Speaker, I beg to move that notwithstanding the provisions of Standing Order 128 sub 1, which require that when a bill has been read a second time, it shall pass through a consideration stage which shall not be taken until at least 48 hours have elapsed. The consideration stage of the Appropriation Bill 2021 may be taken today. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Speaker, I second the motion.
Procedural motion, I put the question. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. The motion is adopted. We move to item 2.9. Appropriation Bill 2021 at the consideration stage. Honourable members, clause 1.
Sum of money to be issued from the consolidated fund for 2021 financial year.
Clause 2.
Retained internally generated funds.
Clause 3.
Payment of money on authorization of minister responsible for finance.
Clause 4.
Repeal.
Clause 5.
Commencement.
There being no proposed amendment to these clauses, I put the question. And the question is that clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5 are ordered to stand part of the bill. Schedules. The first schedule.
Section 1.
Second schedule.
IGF retention breakdown.
Third schedule.
Summary of expenditure by MDA, economic item and funding.
Yes, Honorable Deputy Minority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, thank you very much. Mr. Speaker, the third schedule, report of the Committee on Finance for the other government obligations. And in that report, the total amount that we approved for other government obligations is 80,869,525,482. That is what we approved earlier in the day for other government obligations. So I expect to see the same amount in the bill, 80,869,525,482. But here in the bill, the amount is reading 72,718,658,000. So if the chairman of the committee can explain why that, or they should explain to us why we have the change difference in the figures.
Honourable member, you have the report with you. You have the report of the committee with you. Read the last two lines under the 5.2. Because it stated there, what you read will constitute payments of other government obligations, whilst the rest would cover discretionary payments. Is that they should tell us the amount that will cover discretionary payments? I think they lump the two together, but they should split them so that we see the differences. Yes.
The total rating is 129 billion. That is not the issue I'm raising. The issue I'm raising is that the paragraph you refer me to, Mr. Speaker, the other government obligations is reading 80.8 billion. But in the bill itself, Schedule 3, we have also on page 11 other government obligation, but this is reading 72.7 billion. That is why I'm having challenges with the different figures. Which one is the correct one? Because the earlier one approved 80 billion. Here we have in the bill 72 billion.
Yes, I agree with you. I'm saying that in the report, the 129 billion, 32 million, 804,201 in 2021. Then they continued. The committee noted that 80 billion, 869 million, 525,482 would constitute payments of other government obligations, while the rest will cover discretionary payments. So they just lump them together. And I'm saying they should separate the two so that we see.
The point I'm making is that I don't have any difficulty with the difference between the 129 billion and then the 80 billion. The difference will go into other discretionary payment. But the 80 billion that is stated in the report, that figure should reflect in the bill that they brought to us as other government obligation. But in the bill, the other government obligation is reading 72 billion.
Yes, Minister responsible for finance. Is there another issue? Let's take the issues, then we come back to the Minister. Yes, please.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We are seated there. We don't even have copies. So all that people are doing, we are not following. We are not following because we don't have copies. We don't have copies. We are not following. So all we are doing is just listening to people, and we don't even know what you're talking about because we don't have copies.
Honorable Member, you should have drawn our attention long ago because I have a copy and table office ensure that all members get copies of the appropriation bill. Honorable Member, please respect the maize. Honorable members, do you have copies now?
powers and principalities. Powers and principalities.
There's so much fire inside me.
Tragedy struck when part of the largest hillside at the kosher rubbish dump collapsed.